Good morning and welcome to Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Jude Duncan. This is the day the Lord has made, and as always, we'll rejoice and be glad in it. I hope you are doing well. It's the fourth day of the week. We're excited to come your way with yet another exciting news review segment, as we always do. This show from now up until 9 when I leave for Philip and Chris is interactive. We appreciate all of your comments, your questions, your contributions that enrich, the panel that we'll be having pretty shortly today. We have a lineup of exciting conversations scheduled just for your morning pleasure, and of course, very informative, very educative, and very insightful. We'll start off the show, but by way of reminders, I just want to tell you again that our campaign to eat Ghana rice is still on. We want to make sure everybody jumps on this new train because we believe strongly that it has the potential to significantly change, the economy for the better, right? So, like we've always been saying, we need to grow. We need to eat what we grow as a people. So, Eat Fresh, Eat Ghana builds the future. And this is kindly brought to you in partnership with Agro Limited, the MasterCard Foundation, and the 24-hour economy accelerated and export development. Of course, the brain behind this initiative is CTFM and Channel 1 TV. So let your meal make a difference. Choose Ghana first. Choose the farmer. Choose everything that makes us uniquely Ghanaian, and that you can do even with a choice of meal, right? And it starts by patronizing our local rice. So moving on from our Eat Ghana Rice campaign, I also want to remind you that our Heritage Month series right here on CTFM and Channel 1 TV is live, and it's exciting already. Too many beautiful conversations on our tradition, on our music. We've seen that since Monday up until today. So we'll be continuing the conversation. Of course, today it's at 10 a.m. every Monday to Thursday on Channel 1 TV, Breakfast Daily. And of course, it's at 9 a.m. on the City Breakfast Show with Bernard, Godfred, and the team. Of course, the conversation for today is gospel, choir, and community music, right? And the conversation will also focus on church music as a cultural force, choir traditions and mass choir music as social healing and unity. And the guest needs no introduction, really, within the space. I recall when we had the Keyboard Idol program right here at Channel 1 TV, he was one of our guests, and it was always exciting to listen to. And I'm referring to Dr. Patrick Alfred Adakwe, who's a senior lecturer at the music department at the University of Ghana. So music, gospel, choir, and community music. It's important that we show our appreciation to our lovely sponsors, GCB Bank, GTP, they say Lifestyle, and of course, Bethel Dental. Bethel Dental and South African Airways, and we are so grateful for the partnership, for pushing this initiative of telling our own stories in our unique way. And of course, the Heritage Caravan is on as part of our Heritage Month. They left last week Sunday. They've been in so many places I've lost count of, but they were in Boga yesterday. This morning I've seen that the caravan is moving to different places. So much fun, so much excitement, unrivaled, exhilarating moments, and we are so happy that we are experiencing Ghana in ways that we've never seen before. For many people, even though you are not on the caravan, you get to see for yourself all of these attractive tourist destinations. And the idea is that once we show you on your own, with a group of friends, you can decide to patronize some of these places. So then you're shot the team earlier on the ferry at Dambai, and now you can see them in the north, I think at the Mole Park, visiting all of these natural or nature, focused attractions. Yes, so the team earlier at the Mole National Park. So, yeah, it's amazing. This country is a beautiful country. We are grateful to God for placing us where He's pleased us. It's left to us to develop what we have in a manner that is attractive, in a manner that is able to get a lot more people interested in what goes on here. And a good place to start is with you, also taking that step to support local tourism, right? Let's support the local tourism industry. It's very important, and the Heritage Caravan does exactly that. The Channel One News app is also live and active. If you are looking for that one-stop place to get all of your big news content, just go onto the Google Play Store, search Channel One News app, click on the install button, and just like that, you are pretty much good to go. What do we have in there for you? All the big news stories is in there. All of the big video contents in there as well. All of our exciting live shows, you can catch all of that on the Channel One News app as well. So you don't have any excuse to miss out on the big news stories, right? If you have the Channel One News app on your phone, you are pretty much good to go. Of course, I'll take you to one more exciting event happening in the Heritage, or as part of our Heritage Month, and that's the Back to Your Village Food Festival, the biggest gathering of local indigenous foods. Never have we seen anything like this before. You know, only our Kanketsi, Channel One TV, and City FM. Yes, so we are also calling for interested vendors of indigenous foods. They are invited to register. The WhatsApp or the call number is 0205 973 973, 0205 973 973. And this is happening at the Ifua Sutherland Children's Park from the 28th to the 29th of March 2026. And it's happening from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. It's no more a bazaar, it's a festival where we celebrate our local food, we celebrate indigenous Ghana food, not only food, but drinks, you know, and everything within the culinary space that makes us uniquely and proudly Ghanaian. So there'll be a lot of cultural display, there'll be music. What's the Back to Your Village Food Festival without music and some dance? You know, when we are satisfied, you need to show appreciation. And you usually show it through, you know, the kind of dance moves that we'll be doing on the floor. So exciting things will be happening, like, you know, here at Channel One TV. There's always a twist at some of these events. So please come. You don't have to eat everything there. You can also buy in bulk and go and store, and later you can eat it. It works that way as well. All right, and finally, I'd want to just remind you of our Easter Orphan project. Why is this important for us? Because we get to put a smile on the faces of young individuals. The truth is that usually a lot of people want to help, but on their own, they feel like the 100 cedis or 200 cedis, that 500 cedis can't do much, right? But if you donate, and I also donate, and everybody else is donating, then we get something substantial that can really change the lives of these young ones who, as a result of no fault of theirs, they have to live through life without a mother, without a brother. Some of them have no relatives at all. Like, they have zero idea who any relative of theirs could be. And these are the people we want to look out for. So we want to urge all of our lovely viewers out there, please be a part of this, support this initiative. Let's bring smiles on the faces of young individuals, young children who have to live through another festive season without the privilege of having loved ones around them. You know, we are so much, it's a big deal, where we need to ensure that we play our part in making society, you know, a much better place for all of these young individuals. So kindly support the annual Easter Orphan Project in our quest to feed, maintain, support some selected orphanages in Accra this Easter Monday, the 6th of April 2026. And of course, you can send your mobile money to 0550 90006, 0550 90006. Please do well to send all of your contributions to that number. If you need any information, right, about what this is about, or you want to help beyond just sending your mobile money funds, you can do so via www.citynushroom.com or call 0302 226 013. Alternatively, you can also call the mobile money number for further updates as to what you can do to help, or if you need any other inquiries. So that's just by way of information. All right, guys, it's now time to delve into the big headline stories as dominated the week, or the news all through the week. The U.S. Israel attack on Iran has got a lot of people talking because of the economic consequences of the war, right? Of course, when wars happen, there will be casualties, there will be, fallouts, there will be so many negative things that comes along with war. And of course, the economic consequences of it is one thing that we can't discount. It's likely, according to some analysts and experts, that would also be feeling the brunt of it. So on the show today, we'll focus our conversation on that. Of course, the minority have made cocoa also a very topical issue all through the week. We brought you stories of that. Galamsey as well, a big issue. Why? Because in Tontokrom, 9 persons, died in a mining pit, and the calls are rife. Are we doing enough to safeguard, or save the country from this menace that is fast, becoming a security and a health crisis? So all of these issues and more, I'll take you to the newspapers and bring you some of the big headline stories. My guest will join me on the top of the hour so we can delve into the big conversations. The Chronicle newspaper, I'll start with the Chronicle newspaper. They say they are the spear of the nation. And the big story here, cannibal serial killer jailed for life. Cannibal serial killer jailed for life. And this is Sharif Abdullah, who was the serial killer in respect here. Really disgusting in terms of like some of the atrocities he committed. And it's welcoming that the wheels of justice, have delivered justice eventually. Also on the front page, 50 oil coils owe government 986 million in taxes. GRA promises to recover the money. Also here, minority will fight for the welfare of cocoa farmers. That's coming in from Honorable Kojo Opon in Nkrumah. The Daily Guide newspaper is also reporting Baumia Samira in Saudi Arabia, no evacuation, and that's coming in from an aide to His Excellency, the former Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahamadou Baumia, and his wife, Hajia Samira Baumia. And this aide in question is Agba Khomeini. And we'll bring you stories or excerpts of this particular story. And reports were that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs assisted in the evacuation of the former Vice President. The team, the handlers of the Vice President have come out to say that they are in Saudi Arabia and there's been no evacuation. We'll move on to the New Republic newspaper. The New Republic newspaper. Caribbean throws weight behind Mohammed's UN slave trade resolution. Story on page 9 of the Republic newspaper. And they say Galamsey nightmare at Chebi, for political lovers, Chebi is the hometown of our former president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And the New Republic is reporting that there's a Galamsey nightmare in the area. Also here, Apenyo Markin fires first shot. Apenyo Markin fires first shot. We'll move on to the Overseer newspaper. Then I'll end off with the Daily Graphic newspaper front page story. And the Overseer is reporting that lawyer go, lawyer come. NDC communicators back Abbas for national comms role. Interesting headline there. Also here, Honorable Sophia Akoku appointed envoy to Norway, Gold Boy Jewelry to launch Maiden Heritage Village. Also on the front page, Mamprobi Polyclinic baby thief granted 200,000 Ghana cedi bail. Also here, government moves Baumia wife from Qatar as Middle East tension deepens. And these are the big front page stories. Of course, they also say in February inflation. I almost said inflation. Guys, forgive me. February inflation falls to 3.3%, the lowest since 2021. I'll take you now to the Daily Graphic big front page stories. 2 months after revised VAT, COVID-19 levy on invoices flat rate also lingers. GRA tells consumers to insist paying only 20%. Also here, inflation improves to 3.3% in February. It's the 14th straight decline, the graphic is reporting. Parliamentary work to be decentralized. That's coming from the Speaker, Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin. Also on the front page, 52 students receive President's Independence Day Award. And also on the front page, Haptel Brainwave Africa Empower Next Generation with AI. I'll take you to some online portals, right? And the citynewsroom.com is reporting charcoal, plantain, and school fees drive Ghana's 3.3 inflation in February. Also here, $100 million needed for petroleum hub land compensation. That's coming in from their CEO, Tony Orbin. Also in the news, Nimoy Thompson, Nkrumah's tough decision saved Ghana from disintegration. Also in the news as well, Santihini named Nkrumah Osajifo. That's coming in from Nimoy Thompson, who is the chair of the National Development Planning Commission here in Ghana. March 6th is JB Dankwa's legacy. That's coming in from Otridakun, not Gabi Otridakun, we know, but this Otridakun is PSA Berima Otridakun. He authored a book on the legacy and the life of Mr. JB Dankwa, and he was on the point of view with Bernard Avile last night. Some other stories. Stop displaying of Oforiatta's images in Parliament. Apenyo marking to majority. Also on here, cocoa processing must be prioritized to resolve sector crisis. That's coming in from the Kumfi MP. To some other stories, uniform fuel prices will protect consumers and competition. This particular story will be delving into it later on the show. Current MPP can't even win an SRC election. That's coming in from the Chiana Paga Member of Parliament. And to that really unfortunate and disturbing story, in Wa, a serial killer gets life imprisonment for 23 murders. Really surprising and shocking scenes. And I'll end with the Heritage Caravan, the biggest and most exciting road trip of a lifetime. Then citynewsroom.com is reporting Elephant, Mystic Stone, and the Laraban Gumbox. Exciting photos, and you can log on to citynewsroom.com to see for yourself some of these stories. I'll move on to channel1news.com, right? They have the Heritage Caravan stories, as they saw Chami Kwame surprised. That's rocked Mongolia. Charlie, they are really having fun. The former Defense Minister Dominic Nitiwu is in the news, and I'll bring you excerpts of that one pretty shortly as well. And he's been commenting on the Burkina Faso attacks and other issues of national security, right? So, channel1news.com. Yes, they also have Kojo Pon Nkrumah says the minority will keep speaking for cocoa farmers. Also on channel1news.com is the story around inflation. It's declined for the 14th year straight as it hits 3.3%. And these are some of the big stories on channel1news.com. I'll take you to the foreign front, right? There's a lot happening, you know, in terms of geopolitics, in terms of, you know, the global world order, and we'll be discussing some of those issues when my guests join me later on the show. But they have live updates from Tehran, where they say Israel and Iran launch new strikes as first UK flight bringing citizens home is delayed. This is from the BBC.com. And also here on BBC, every day feels like a month. Iranians describe life after constant US-Israeli strikes. They also have an article on how depleted weapons stockpiles could affect the Iran conflict. They have an interesting, you know, analysis where they speak on the ongoing war, shifting stories and unanswered questions. And also here, US submarine sinks Iranian warship in Indian Ocean, Pete Hegseth says. Pete Hegseth is the Secretary of War for the U.S. China sets slowest economic growth target since 1991. And all the way in Nepal votes in first general election since Gen Z protests in government. And Russia blames Ukrainian naval drones as tanker sinks in Mediterranean. Wow. And finally here, millions of Cubans plunged into darkness as fuel crisis deepens. That's exactly what we'll be discussing on the show. But in respect to Ghana, you know, is the war going to worsen or exacerbate our already fragile situation in terms of, you know, fuel and what it means for our economy? I'll be bringing you all of the lowdown pretty shortly. My guest, Dr. Kokofu, as well as Neil Antivanderpool will be joining me shortly for a detailed analysis, spot on, dissections to the big stories we have for you right here on Breakfast Daily. My name is Jude Duncan, sitting in for your regular host, Nana Tufo Boatin. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Agro.
Energy and reconnect with your roots this March at the Back to Your Village Food Festival 2026.
Join us for a celebration of Ghanaian culture and cuisine from all across the country. Northern, Akan, and Southern villages will all be represented. It's more than just food. It's about culture, family, and memories that last a lifetime. Let's come together this March to discover the flavors that make us who we are. The date is 28th and 29th of March 2026. Venue is the A4 Sutherland Children's Park. The time is 10 a.m. through till 6 p.m. each day. Interested vendors can register by calling 0205-973-973. The Back to Your Village Food Festival is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM.
As part of Heritage Month 2026, we bring you the On-Air series, Our Culture, Our Story, Our Identity. In week 1, the sound of our identity.
A great one from the legend himself, Charles Kojofosu.
In week 2, Our Past, Our Power.
So the African Personalities idea, first and foremost, started somewhere in the 1890s by a movement called Gonfanti Movement.
In week 3, Faces of the Nation. In week 4, What We Eat, Who We Are.
A typical Fanti palm nut soup is a United Nations soup. Yes, a United Nation soup. So you have fish in there. I will not make palm nut soup unless I have periwinkle.
The Heritage On-Air Series 2026, Our Culture, Our Story, Our Identity will air every Monday to Thursday on 97.3 CDFM at 9 a.m. and on Channel 1 TV at 10 a.m. The Heritage On-Air Series 2026 is proudly sponsored by GCB Bank, GTP, and Bethel Dental. Sweden Secondary School invites all alumni and stakeholders to the 67th anniversary and homecoming celebrations. It's happening from Friday the 20th of March to Sunday the 22nd of March 2026. On Friday, How I Got There, 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Year groups check-in and roll call. Gary Sokins competition. Cadet course ceremony from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. All students convoy. Drive to Swesco, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Candlelight procession from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Welcome cocktail with alumni and staff of the school. Meet and greet with Compa Band performing live at the forecourt of the school complex from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday, speech and prize giving day from 8 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. All year groups lunch from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Alumni dance party from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. On Sunday, anniversary Thanksgiving service at 8 a.m. A great opportunity to reconnect with your old mates. Contact your year group president now. Semper Cum Optimus, always with the best.
On this happy trip back.
I'm not done any bad thing. No, I can't do that.
Your room is very...
Oh, Mommy, Daddy, she went to my room. She didn't keep long. She just went in and she's coming back and she has come back.
Good day, sir. Good day, madam.
Guess she went into your room to deposit some charcoal. Of course, I know her. She's Salma, the charcoal seller's daughter. And she's a political science graduate from the University of Ghana. That too, I know.
How do you know all this?
Oh, her mother, the charcoal seller, has a banner of her graduation picture on her kiosk.
Salma, you are the best in my life. Oh, yes, you did. You are. I love you.
The Blank Saints, coming soon on Channel 1 TV.
The vibe is too much.
Agro.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily. My name is Jude Duncan, sitting in for a regular host, I beg your pardon, Nana Tufo Boateng. Just gone by, brought you some of the big headline stories. It's now time to delve into the stories, go behind the headlines, interrogate what the issues are, bring you some clarity, bring you some perspective as to how all of those headlines affect us. And of course, with the Middle East tensions escalating, US-Israel attacks and the subsequent retaliatory attacks from Iran, it is believed strongly that that ongoing war or conflict has ripple effects for the whole of the world, of which we here in Ghana are included. We understand that the economic consequences of this war has far-reaching impact. Some analysts say that it would go beyond months and possibly even years, right? So are we really insulated from the shocks of some of these global issues as and when they happen? What can we do as a country to safeguard our interest? My guest will be helping me delve into the issues. Privileged to join me is Honorable Neil Lante Vanderpoy. Needs no introduction whatsoever. A former minister for many portfolios, now is the coordinator for the District Road Improvement Project or program, the DRIP initiative, and it's always a pleasure having you join me in studio. Honorable Neil Lante Vanderpoy, good morning and welcome.
Thank you, my brother. How are you?
I'm doing amazing. The last time I publicly engaged you on anything news related was at the anniversary celebration for the late Professor Mills, and it's always fascinating to see how you talk about him with so much passion. Thank you so much for coming. Later on the show, we'll be joined by Dr. Henry Kwabena Kokofu, who's a former CEO of the Environmental Protection Agency and a communications team member of the MPP. The show is live and interactive. All of your comments, questions, contributions are welcome. I'll read them for you. If you have anything you want to share, please feel free to do so via the WhatsApp number on your screen. Honorable, we'll just delve straight into the big stories, right? Of course, global energy security, issues around shipping routes have become topical with regards to the ongoing Middle East tensions. The MPA came out very early to allay the fears of Ghanaians when they said that we have in excess of 5 weeks of fuel. Conversations are also rife around our reserves and what we can do to be more self-sufficient, even though we are part of a global supply or we don't exist alone, right? So I don't know, I would want your initial thoughts around this ongoing war Mind you, we are told even in the Middle East, there are about 2 wars that happen because Pakistan, Afghanistan are also at it when the Afghanistan Minister for Defense said that it's a war. So clearly, the lines were drawn. I want your initial thoughts around this ongoing Middle East conflict and on what you make of it.
Well, thank you very much. Let me say good morning to our viewers and to all of us on the program. We live within the international community, whether we like it or not, and we want to say that anything that affects one particular economic zone would directly have an effect on us in the continent and also in the sub-region. The reason being that as countries, we become a bit more import dependent, and also the little that we have, we also export it to those areas in order to get the necessary foreign exchange. And as such, we are not an island, so whether we like it or not, that will have an impact on us. If nothing at all, it will have an impact on our people who are living in those areas, whether for educational purposes, for social purposes, and for economic gains. So it is not something that we should take it lightly. I don't envy our colleagues who are
in the Middle East.
Yes, doing the diplomatic services for this country at this particular time. Because 24/7, you have to be up monitoring the life and activities of Ghanaians domiciled in those areas to see how you can give them the necessary support they need or they require in order to be able to be safe. So what is going on is not something that any Ghanaian should sit and think that it is the people in the Middle East who have gotten their problem. It's our problem too. For example, let me say this. Iran controls and supplies about 20% of the world's oil. It may be supplying most of their oil to China, but they still have a tremendous effect on the supply chain of oil in the world. And as such, anything that affects them will indirectly affect the oil economy globally. So what is happening is not something that we can easily discount. It is something that all of us should be concerned about and to know that it will have repercussions, whether we like it or not, on our economy. First, let me say this. I think that this whole thing was totally uncalled for, was unnecessary, and not needed. The cliche has always been, if it's not broken, you don't fix it. We've managed the perceived troublesome nature of Iran for some time. It's not today. Since the time of the Ayatollah Khomeini in the late 70s, we saw the posture of Iran. Subsequently, all heads of state or presidents of America have used one tactful diplomatic means of managing Iranian threat to world peace. The International Atomic Energy has also had a relationship under President Biden to be able to make sure that the threats of Iranian use of unconventional weapons were minimized. To the extent that there were sanctions, there were moratoriums and things which were placed on Iranian officials, and also with the supply of nuclear or production of nuclear warheads. Various inspections were carried out into their manufacturing plants, and at a time, some of their destiny were even destroyed. Where we've got into in the world, that's the sort of diplomatic stand that the world can take. We've used the United Nations platform to place sanctions on Iran. We've placed sanctions on their oil exports before. All these achieved a measure of control over the threats that Iran posed to the world. I think the decision taken by President Trump, which did not even receive Congress approval, is a bit irrational, and to me, it is.
Are we seeing history play out in all of this, right? Because analysts will be quick to point to you that I remember the Bush war on Iraq, right?
Yes.
Where we were told that there were weapons of mass destruction. You know, the likes of Colin Powell all speaking on the war, justifying the need for it. You know, US would eventually invade, and we are yet to see these weapons. You'd recall the Afghan war as well, when the, you know, a regime change war, you know, trying to remove the Taliban government from office. 20 years after the war, different administrations from Obama to Trump to Biden.
Another example, Libya.
Power back to the Taliban.
Look at Libya too. So you see, the issue is not just about kinetic, let me say, force, because the world has transcended those conservative means of achieving peace. After all these years of the United Nations, I believe that even if the United Nations have not been able to achieve anything, it has set the ground rules for certain attitudes and behaviors. And as such, what we need to do is to how to make those ground rules more effective and stronger in naming, shaming, and exposing people who have ultra motives in infringing on the sovereignty and jurisdiction of others. When people go into certain areas where they pose threat to international peace and security, we still have to use that diplomatic platform to be able to achieve the results we desire. Because the ultimate objective in the setting up of the United Nations was to make sure that we engage more than use force.
Interesting.
Because of the repercussions that ordinary citizens of countries suffer. For example, look at what is happening in Iran. It was Iran who was attacked. But look at all the other countries who are suffering.
The bases in the Middle East, US bases in the Middle East that are being targeted.
Yesterday I saw a video of people who have gone on holidays and business trips to Dubai. Now they cannot sleep in their hotel rooms, they are sleeping in the bunker. You know, so it is not pleasant. As we said, our former vice president has gone to
Saudi Arabia
for Umrah, just to go and have a period of play with his maker, Almighty Allah. And now,
your point is
it's not the only person. So many other Ghanaians
are stranded.
There.
But you say the ministry is doing a good job to at least constantly give us. In fact, the Black Queens at the point, you know, are still also having some challenges.
The ministry is doing its best, and let me be frank with you, they are updating us and they are also monitoring. The problem I have is other citizens of the country. You see, one mistake a lot of us do is that when we pick our passport and we sit in a plane and we leave the shores of Ghana, we think that is all. No. Every Ghanaian, wherever you find yourself, should at least immediately introduce yourself to the mission. So that in situations like this, the missions will be able to monitor and to track your movement, advise you what to do, and when it becomes worse, it becomes easier for the mission to be able to target you and evacuate you from.
So they're able to account for you.
Yes.
Thank you very much for this really robust, you know, preliminary comments on this. I'm grateful for your insights as always. I'll come to Dr. Henry Kwabna Kokofu. Good morning and welcome to Breakfast Daily. I trust you are well.
Good morning, my brother.
You're looking very hearty and hale.
Sure. God has granted us today. What else can we do?
I love that.
Crazy. Good morning to Honorable.
I thought I was going to see you on Tuesday.
Yes.
Sam JP's father-in-law's 1 week. Because you said Mr. Takura is your friend.
Yeah. It got lost on me, one. Two, there was a very pressing issue concerning my family. I mean, external family. So I've wished him already, and I'll be present during the funeral. So
I think they said 30th April or something.
30th April.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. It's a very sordid story. Very bad.
A very nice man.
Yeah. I know him personally.
May his soul rest in peace.
Yeah.
Honorable Kokofu, I'm sure you're really elated by the news from the Foreign Affairs Ministry, reported by some media platforms about your presidential candidate who's been safely evacuated, amid the ongoing Middle East tensions. Do you have any story do you have any particular context on this story for us?
Well, viewers must as well be greeted. We're talking about the next president of the Republic of Ghana.
Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, the MPP presidential candidate, as we know him now.
Okay, and I note that he and the wife are doing well. They are in safe hands. Yeah, Allah is in control. And you want to say that he has been evacuated to a safe haven in Saudi Arabia by who? But the story is not complete.
Ghana Mission.
Ghana Mission.
Yeah.
So is it a news? Is it news? Is it nothing? You see, we are building a country, and we've built a country since the days of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Every Ghanaian everywhere deserves the good services of this country, let alone those who have put their lives on line to serve this country and serve the country better. It is a very tragic, I mean, it's something nobody thought of, this U.S., Iran, Israel war, something. So they've been caught as many people have been caught in this frenzy.
In the crossfire.
Yeah, in the crossfire. So I do not have any news about that, but if it is, then so be it, because we are praying for everybody's safety, including the incoming couple of this nation. I do not know whether the news. I read a certain newspaper said Mahama plucks Bawumia Samira from Qatar war zone. Really?
The aide Akbar Khomeini came out to clarify, and it's been reported by the Daily Guide that they were in Saudi Arabia and there's been no evacuation whatsoever. I think it was widely reported that he was in Qatar at a point and was safely evacuated. So, of course, I don't know if you had any other information to it. But
even if I do have, I need not share anything in public. I mean, this is a situation that nobody anticipated, and all we can do is to pray for their safety. I mean, they should come back home safely. That's what we are looking at. But then, let me have a bite on what's going on.
I was coming to
the
that.
international geopolitics has come to a point where security have been very serious issues. Countries' security, threats to countries, existential threat to countries, have been viewed as something you can't talk about. About 47 years ago, this U.S.-Iran fracas had begun. And it came to a point where America, as I have read and I've known and I've studied during international politics. I did international politics and defense and international politics as GAFC, Ghana Armed Forces Command. And history will tell you that this relationship between U.S. and Iran have been marred by most of these so-called terrorism and terrorist actions and activities that has gone against the people of America or USA, and to some large extent, Israel.
Are you referring to the 1979 hostage at the U.S. embassy in Tehran? I think that was under President Jimmy Carter.
Yeah. And numerous you can recount. Since then, there had been this kind of tension between the two countries. Last year also, there was a fracas between Israel and Iran. And Iran is on record to have said that they will wipe away Israel from the world map.
I think it was Khamenei who
Yeah. And then death to USA, death to Israel. all these threats have not been taken kindly by U.S. and Israel, its ally Israel. So always there had been that bone of contention, who is right? I mean, who started all, and what is it? You were counting years back when U.S. said Iraq was
weapons of mass destruction.
Mass of destruction and all that, so they attacked. The same thing plays here. They suspect, or not even they know, that Iran is seriously preparing to have nuclear weapon. And since the days of the arms race, where treaties and other things have not worked, after the Second World War, we used to have about just 2 nations who had these nuclear warheads. But today, as we speak, Pakistan, India, Israel, beside the big boys, I mean China,
Russia,
US, Russia, North Korea, France, UK. Germany, not yet, but these 8 countries are known to have nuclear weapons. And it is the greatest threat to mankind as we sit here.
Honorable Kofu, I wanted to ask you this question, and we'll delve into the implications it has for Ghana. We've heard from the Trump administration, in fact, their defense Secretary of War, as they now call it, Pete Hegseth. We've heard from him, we've heard from the Vice President, J.D. Vance, even the President himself. But there seems to be a mixed messaging in terms of the motive for the war. So whereas in one breath you have maybe President Trump say this is to destabilize their nuclear sites, we've also heard other people say this is a regime change war. You know, analysts also points to their oil supply to China and the fact that these are 2 superpowers, you know, competing. Per assessments, right, of all that's ongoing, what will you say are the motives, you know, the real motive behind this war?
Well, the real motive is one, but the results may be many. The real motive is to disarm Iran, to dismantle the threats that hangs on the head of USA and Israel. That's the real motive. But the result will end up in getting a regime change and also modifying commodity, as you put it, oil or whatever. I mean, that kind of economic interest. So you may be wrong when you want to mix both.
All of the issues.
Yeah, the motive is one, and for me it's one, to avoid security threats. And that is key to every nation. We sit here in Ghana and we've lost precious lives in Burkina Faso without any cause of provocation. We've lost them. They are all security threats. When you profile the national security architecture and pointing, you get to know that a country like Ghana, we are almost naked. We are very vulnerable. Very, very vulnerable. In the event of any attack, I don't know how we're going to be able to defend ourselves. So these countries, advanced as they are in armament race and all that, the capability is there. They have the capability.
But who determines who can have a nuclear weapon and who can't have a nuclear weapon?
Well, that one I leave it to you and everybody. Because you see, U.S. and Israel think the regime in Iran, they term it as very irresponsible when it is armed, because they are oppressive, they can do all manner of things, they are supporting and financing terrorist activities.
Through their proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas,
and all that.
Houthis.
Yes. So in order to dismantle that cell, in order to avoid escalating, you need to disarm them. That's what they're saying. I'm not justifying that, but we are trying to interrogate what it is. It may be academic, but there's the reality on the ground. So if it is a regime change, it's to be an end result. If it to be an economic advantage, as per oil exportation or exploitation, that will be an end result. But the real intention is to disarm Iran. And you see the regional security, I mean the Middle East, has never seen peace.
In a long time.
In a very long
There's
time.
even the Pakistan-Afghanistan war ongoing.
And it will,
who says America has no hand in it?
And it will
in the
continue.
Pakistan-Afghanistan war.
And it will continue. At one point, it was Iraq. When Iraq was being viewed as the bad boy in the region, U.S. and others were backing Iran.
Okay, they were backing some militants there. Is that what you're saying?
You see, always they need that balance.
U.S. built Iraq against Iran in the past.
Yeah.
Turned around. Yeah. Gave Iran support against Iraq.
Yes. So they always want.
It's all about interest.
It's all interest.
Yes. So they always want to achieve some form of balance within the region. You can be strong, but don't be stronger.
Did the U.S., and very briefly on this, did the U.S. undermine Iran's resolve to defend itself? Because we are seeing of the retaliatory attacks at U.S. bases in the Middle East. So Kuwait have been attacked, very badly. In fact, they lost 4 servicemen. The U.S. lost 4 soldiers at the Kuwait base in an attack. We've seen attacks in Bahrain. We've seen attacks in Jordan. Did the U.S., with all of its military might, underrate Iran's resolve to defend itself?
Oh, not. But this is not self-defense. This is a retaliatory kind of thing. It's not self-defense. You see, you are exposed. A country like U.S. is exposed by way of dotting out their bases all around. So they try as much as possible to provide security and protection. However, you cannot. In war, you don't win. You can win a battle, but it continues, it rages on. So in war, there are a series of battles. So if you can ground his navy, I mean, if you submarines and all that, he can just use petrol bomb, just this petrol bomb, and throw it out there, and you face casualties. And don't forget, they knew, and they knew that you don't go to such a war and come out
unscathed.
The risk involved, they knew. And so they've been warning their people abroad to be security conscious, evacuate, and all blah, blah, blah. And they have even said that they are prepared to record more casualties, provided they can achieve their aim. And their aim is simple, just to disarm Iran.
I don't think the U.S. is being proactive in this. Let me say this. I have always believed in international peace and diplomacy. Just as Honorable Kukofu said, I have also been a student of international
relations
and
security.
Also security.
Yeah.
You see, there is no way any one country can say, I can ensure peace, democracy, human rights in the world. You can be the world's policeman. And I said that's why we believe that the international framework, the United Nations, the Security Council, and all those things should be stronger, should be enabled to become stronger and act as the catalyst to be able to
is it not an exercise in futility?
It is not.
Because
it is not. It's much more.
Who controls the world's order system?
You see, the issue is that if we all believe that the past, the history of this world is what led us to this step, if it's not broken, we don't fix it. So let's strengthen the United Nations, make it so strong that its measures, its punitive, its sanctions and the rest will bite on people who go against it. Because you see, I don't believe in kinetic force. And I'm saying that in all situations, America cannot justify what is happening. Do you know why? We have a framework with the International Atomic Energy Commission supervising the manufacturing of nuclear in Iran. Some of them reducing their capacities and all those things. Because one, you cannot also say that you are denying the people of Iran their right to self-defense. Because they are not the only country. The only reason why the focus is on Iran is the belief that they can recklessly and irresponsibly use that. But that's a belief. Who determines how somebody becomes president of one crazy man can become president of America, and also how he will use the warheads they have.
One crazy man indeed.
You understand? It's there. The only thing we can do is to engage all these people within that architecture of strong, deadly weapons. Engage, talk, diplomacy, so that we can look at what is happening in North Korea. That funny guy gets up every time. He wants to see how these missiles work. Then he go and test. You understand? So it is not sometimes. So what we need is to be able to engage and let all of us as a people understand the repercussions and the harm will be causing not only others but our own. Today, American citizens in other areas are also suffering. You understand? If today the repercussions is faced by Ghana, American citizens in this country will feel it. So it is important that we engage and make sure that we use the round table to discuss issues, limit the tensions, because no one
is an island on its
own. You cannot win this. Let me say this. Today, Iran also responsibly is attacking U.S. bases. But in doing so, it is not only affecting U.S., it affecting their own kith and kin in other, because somebody is in Iran, his relation will be in Doha. You understand? Iranians go to Doha. So what we should understand that there is no way you think that what you are doing will adversely affect one particular person. The world has become a global village, and I said people are moving around and people are engaging everywhere.
Amazing.
So one of the key issues, for example, today, you say you want a regime change. Why should US think that they can determine for another country who should govern them? Why should US decide for Iranians who should govern them? How can you sit in your country and determine you want a regime change in another country? 2, you said you are not happy with their oil trading with China. For Christ's sake, who decides who I should trade with? Today, if we are able in Africa to break down our barriers of trade and trade among ourselves, make after better, and so that we don't have to trade with Europe or America, the US say they are not happy with it, so they come and attack us? Is that the sort of world we want to live in? So these things are not supposed to be the idealistic environment we're supposed to live in.
And we need stronger world institutions
to be able to take these decisions. So we should all look at
But the pushback is if one country is always, contributing more of its, resources towards strengthening. So, for example, the World Health Organization, over 50% of its budget is from the US.
You see, Honorable had continuously stated that there must be dialogue, round table talking and all that. I agree. That should have been the ideal situation. Do you remember Kofi Annan, our own Kofi Annan? Yes. He started some form of reformation in the UN setup, and he was never liked for that. UN has outgrown its importance to some extent, particularly when it comes to security issues.
I don't think so.
Well, fine, but Russia goes to Ukraine, and the main reason is that it won't allow Ukraine to join NATO because of existential threats.
Why?
Oh, please. I'm just helping you because you were talking why another country doesn't want another. So it happened here, and it happens there. In between, we are caught in that crossfire. So if UN had been all the arms and all those things the sections of UN had been up to task, we'd have been resolving all these things long ago. But trust me, security issues transcend what you and I think. The countries in their own foreign policy arrangements will want to place premium and priority on security. If they suspect, if they think that your actions and inactions may affect their own security. That is their topmost interest. He said it's interest all around. Security interest is topmost. So let's leave it. Let's happen there.
I think we've looked at the war. Yeah.
Since creation, God says that I wish that you live in peace with one another.
Yes.
Thank you for the word.
Islam, the same.
Thank you for the word. Thank you for the word today.
Yes.
Honorable, markets are responding to rising inflations as a result of the war. Energy prices are crumbling. We've seen the price for oil already go up. You alluded to the fact that Iran, and the Strait of Hormuz area controls about 21% of the world's crude flow. And it has serious implications for everyone else in terms of oil, in terms of crude, in terms of Brent. We saw also the MP come out to explain to us that we have 5 weeks of fuel left. I want you to just talk to us around what we can do as a nation to safeguard ourselves from these global shocks. It's become too repetitive. So, for example, COVID happens, everything will have to come to a halt. The Russia-Ukraine war, everything has to come to a halt. Even very recent in your administration, when you first took off, I remember when USAID withheld funding, it almost caused challenges within the health sector. So what should we be doing as a nation? And of course, we heard how the NDC played a lot of politics with the Russia-Ukraine war. When Nanado said, bombs that fly in Kiev hits our pocket directly, some of you in the NDC disagreed, right? How should we manage ourselves as a country in a manner that we are not too susceptible to these global shocks when they do happen?
I'm happy with tomorrow is 6 March. I'm happy. What Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said so many years ago, about 69 years ago, is what is the answer to all this. Self-dependent. If we are able to add value to our raw materials, we are able to build our capacity to manufacture and produce what we need and what we require. At least we'll give some little bit of resilience to the shocks and the effects of these international pressures when they occur. I remember somebody that most Ghanaian historians don't want to talk about, Kutu Achampo. Very innovative. You understand?
Operation Feed
Yourself. Operation Feed Yourself was not just a matter of just producing what we consume within our household, but to be able to ultimately, in a compost way, build our capacity to take care of ourselves so that we will not be dependent on imports. Because around that time, we had a situation whereby it was difficult to even get sardine. We had to use the proceeds from a fight of DK poison, for example, to import. Go over my line. So we've seen difficult times. We saw a situation where in Ghana here, drought affected us so much in 1982-83 that even people have to queue to buy a condo, take it home and go and cook. In fact, we couldn't even buy soap. We're using what we call atomic bomb. Some soap, when he can fight with you within the bathroom, you will never be able to touch it. You understand? Look, Gary and Kose was the order of the day. So in those situations, we were depending.
The Gary and Kose, how were you eating it?
You put some little bit of oil on the Gary.
Yeah.
And then you mash the Kose with it.
And
you just eat it. When it came to those situations, we saw the need and the importance of the ordinary things that we use in our household that we don't give prominence to. You understand? We saw the need to consume our erefua and then cater schoolboys. It became the delicacy of many. It has not left, up to today, it has not left the international hotels menu. You go there, sometimes you have akpene and what do you call it? Fetridechi, including cater schoolboys. So we were developing, and then all of a sudden, we transitioned into that international taste phase. That today, you and I have difficulty in consuming Ghana's own rice in our homes. We prefer perfumed rice from Thailand. You understand? So self-dependence is key.
Homegrown solutions.
Homegrown solutions and homegrown production. So that when we are faced with this international situation, so I'm happy the MPA says we have 5 weeks, but 5 weeks to me, even though it's good, it's unprecedented, it's not enough. I wish we can say that we have stockpile of maybe 6 months, a year. As US are. US, as they are doing all these things, tomorrow, let there be a global this thing on the oil. They have their own local oil. They will depend on. During the time of Biden, when they had the shutdown and this one, they were forced to release part of their oil to be able to, because they couldn't import. They didn't have the money to import. So it is important that we know if we can build our resilience in all spheres of our economic life, then when these international pressures happen, it becomes very, for example, when COVID happened, then we saw the need for improve upon our health infrastructure. You understand?
Did we learn from COVID?
I think to some extent we learned something, because now we are learning to manufacture our own vaccines. We are learning to have local production of vaccines and other these things. We are learning. We decided to have more hospitals. You understand? Let me say the stalled Agenda 111, for example. It came into our mind that if we had more of the University of Ghana hospital built by John Mahama, we will not have problems. Because when it became critical, that's where people went to. When it became critical, the government had to open the hospital after a protest by, is it Kenyeboa or something?
No, Reginald, yeah. Actually,
so,
my mate from school.
We all decided as a country.
Reginald Sichi Brown.
Yes. In Parliament, we all saw the need to approve. We took the Agenda 111 on a certificate of urgency in Parliament, bipartisan. We moved on it. Today, if we build our health capacity, when anything like that happens, we know that we are. The same way we need to build our oil industry in such a way that we will have the sort of backup that will not make us a bit suffer during such unexpected happenings internationally or globally. It's not only in those two sectors. I believe, for example, in the production of rice, what happened in Burkina, as my brother referred to, for example, has immediately led to the increase in the price of tomatoes at the market, because it has affected the
supply chain.
It has affected the importation of tomatoes. So now, government has immediately an emergency look at how we can fast track the agric basins in areas like northern region, upper east, northeast, savannah and the rest, to produce more tomatoes so that we don't stop our people from going all the way to Burkina to bring in tomatoes. But I've seen situations where in my own small enclave in Greater Accra, in a Dangbe area, we produce tomatoes, sometimes there's a glut that they don't even get people to buy. So we need to build our system in such a way that when these tomatoes are produced, their lifespan is so short. What do we do? How do we preserve them for tomorrow when we get to off-season? So that in case of what has happened in Burkina, we can release the buffer we have in order to forestall prices running up. So MPA's move is good, but I think we can build on that. And I want to congratulate Edugita Tamaklo and his folks at MPA. That is good. We say it's unprecedented. We've never had this level. We should build on it. I'm happy today Tor is working again. What we should do is, how do we increase the capacity of Tor to be able to refine more, so we can have more in our own reserves, so that BOST can have some to supply, so that it will not make us vulnerable to these international pressures.
Honorable Kokofo, I'll come to you pretty shortly, but I still want to stay with the Honorable Van der Poy. Listening to you, I take out two main issues: homegrown solutions, building local capacity. But I want to ask, what's the role of responsible and efficient economic management in building the necessary guardrails against these shocks? Because I go back to look at the Auditor General's report on COVID, And, you know, some of the findings are very distasteful in terms of how the taxpayers' money was used, right? You go back to look at even other reports around even U.S. aid. You know, I'm not really sure about the U.S. aid point, but let me just stick on COVID because that's what we know from the Auditor General's report. So what's the role of responsible economic management so that we don't have to always be at the beck and call of these?
I wouldn't even restrict to economic management or restrict to governance. Governance, as you know. If we have responsible governance and we make sure our systems work, one, it becomes very difficult for someone to use situations like that to corrupt himself and to benefit from these unfortunate situations if our governance system works. Two, if it doesn't work, and we've seen some of these infractions, what are the mitigating factors we immediately implement to make sure that people do not get opportunity to go on that tangent anymore?
Yeah.
What punitive measures are there? So that is why I'm happy with the Chief Justice's reforms under the recent agenda to make sure that we have special courts to deal with said things, so that people will speedily be given, you know, opportunity to defend themselves, and then the necessary punitive sanctions are placed on them for going the way they went, so that all of us as a country can build a little bit more trust in our systems to make sure that in such situations people don't. So it's all about governance system. Once we get our governance system strengthened and we are able to get our institutions a bit more, let me say, insulated from these sort of infractions and this sort of corruption, it will help us be able to maintain that distance so that we can improve upon our local self-made and, let me say, our own systems that will be able to help us or be resilient to these pressures when they happen. Let me say this. So, for example, tomorrow, if this our 5 weeks buffer runs out, there's assuming this unfortunate and unexpected and unwarranted and unnecessary war continues, what capacity do we have beyond that? It's going to have effect on all the economic indicators we have. The financial stability we've even achieved, it's going to be affected. So I'm looking at this as a lesson built upon whatever we've been able to reset at Tor, make Tor so be able to refine more or get opportunity to open up other refineries so that we can produce more oil, refine more, stockpile more, so that in case of this is when they happen, we can have.
Dr. Kokufu, so same issues, right? How do we build the necessary capacity? Your colleague, Honorable Van der Poel, says that homegrown solutions, let's eat what we grow, you know, support local rice farmers, you know, let's build that guardrails. You know, what are your views around being self-reliant?
Yeah, before I come to that, I'm a bit surprised. You took all that he said for the answer to the question you asked him. You asked him whether these external shocks are going to affect us, and that they did, yes. And that they did politics with it when they were in opposition. No, you know, I'm coming.
He answered to
please,
say that.
You know, I've been sitting here. I've been sitting down quietly listening. You see, you posed a question, like you ask him, then he says, Takura, this was so bad. Then you take it for an answer.
No, that is not it.
No, but listen. So
that is not it.
So the question is,
Dr. Kokufu,
do we, as a people,
you are listening, I was also listening.
Do we, as a people, Ghanaians, do we have to carry everything into politics when we know?
But that wasn't the question.
When we know. I'm asking my own question and I will give answers.
Selective perception.
Yes, no, I ask the questions here. You can't ask questions and answer.
No, I'm coming to your point.
Okay.
You see, do we have to do that as a nation?
No.
When we know force majeure, we know external shocks that we do not have control over. You may have the most robust, resilient economy in the world. There are certain occurrences that you simply cannot. Are you telling me that Italy, USA, Germany, and all those, they didn't have robust medical systems in place when COVID struck.
No, but it minimized the effect on you.
Honorable,
I'm coming.
wonderful.
We saw the devastating death that occurred in these developed countries because of COVID. So there are certain situations that go beyond human, ability until at the time that it can stabilize. Yes, I agree that you might have a foundation, you must well built, structured. But it goes on to tell us that at certain point in time, when situations are far beyond our control, we must first admit, we must first let people know. It's so simple. If bombs from, somebody said 7,000 miles from here to Ukraine. So if there is a bomb in Ukraine, what have you got to do with Ghana? You asked, you said. NDC in opposition said so, all these things.
But when you were,
now,
do you remember you said that with Ebola?
Oh, you see.
You said that with Ebola.
You see, that is why I gave you all the necessary so that you can go your tangent. Allow me space and time. You see, now
let's agree that we don't do politics with these things. So now go back to the question.
So you agree with me that you were wrong?
Me?
No, yeah, NDC was wrong.
How?
Okay, if you don't admit, let me go forward. So you see, here we are as a country, and we importing these petroleum products in this country, and we don't determine the crude price. It's being determined worldwide. So when crude is $126 per barrel, and when crude gets to $50 per barrel, do you think we can have the same pump price in Ghana here?
It's not possible.
It's not possible. So under Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, crude oil is around $126 per barrel. And we are selling at, say, 14 cities here in Ghana. Today, before dawn, crude oil was around $56. And we're able to sell here 11 cities or 10 cities. And we are clapping for ourselves, saying that we've put measures in place. What kind of measures? We want to see, we all want to see the kind of measures.
Then your people who are working through the cocoa farms should stop immediately and come back to Parliament. I saw I know the press and the rest.
You see, let me build my point. Ghanaians will see the truth between the two political parties. When crude was $156 world market, it was being sold here in Ghana for 14 cedis per liter or so. Today, it is $56. And it's being sold for 10 to 11 cedis. Then the government come out and say that Matete petrol, fuel prices are down. We've been able to. You know for sure that it is not of your effort. It is not any economic magic.
No, but they managed the exchange rate. They've also significantly brought down inflation from 23. In fact, during the MPP's administration at a point, we hit what experts said was hyperinflation, 54. Your government brought it to 23 when we were leaving. As of yesterday, the statistician tells us it's 3.3, the 14th, month lowest. So I think we should give them some credit. Because the indicators.
Do you think the cocoa farmer is happy with all these figures? With the price cut? Of his cocoa?
No. So the world international price has come down.
So it is the world international pricing that you are talking about. Is it not the case? Now that you are found in a mix, in a fix. Now, inflation has come down. What again? Interest rate, whatever. You are not spending.
The exchange rate.
You are not paying it. The exchange rate, they are cushioning it with our hard-earned dollars. Our hard-earned money. They've sold 18 metric tons of our gold reserves. They've sold them.
Why did you build it?
We built up to 32.
Why did you build
it? Please, I'm coming up. Akufo-Addo Bawumia's government built the gold reserve to 32 metric tons before we left. You came in and added 8 to make about 37 or 38 metric tons. Today, as we speak, 18 is left. You've sold 18 metric tons of gold.
Why did we sell it?
Just to cushion the city. I'm coming. Just to cushion the city.
No.
And when you cushion the city, when you strengthen your currency, all you do is that you are promoting importation and killing exportation. That is it. That's the end result.
But Dr. Kokofu, don't you
cheap,
also...
Cheap dollars on the market to import.
Let's come back.
You want to know. Let me explain it to him. Let me explain it to him.
I'll give you a chance to...
But do explain to him. Explain to... Because you want to know.
Let me ask the questions, then you respond to me.
Right.
So I'm asking you, what do you have to say to critics who say, for example, when they look at the Auditor General's report, and I can read some for you here, right?
Go ahead.
So, for example, the audit revealed that the Ministry of Health on behalf of government paid an amount of over $120,000, right, for the supply of vaccines. However, 5,000 doses of vaccines valued at 120 million, right? About 5 million of those vaccines valued at $38 million were supplied to the National Code Room, leaving a difference of 81 million with UNICEF and VAT and AVAT. I'm not sure what AVAT is, but the report goes on to also say how the ministry, without the approval of the Central Tender Committee, increased the cost of 5 contracts to a total sum of over 24 million Ghana cedis through different variation orders, right? So it's there. We can go back and look at the report. So there's a place for...
Ask me the question.
Yes, so I'm saying that, do you agree when people say maybe when these shocks happened, we didn't manage some of the funds we had appropriately?
Thank you. This ends at campaigning. We are no more in campaign period. You are in office and you've seen infractions. You think you have evidence. What do?
You deal with it.
And but there's oral.
We shall deal with it.
And so the oral have come to tell us that they've collected $20 billion from people.
They didn't say that.
600 million
Ghana cedis. No more $20 billion.
No, they said, they said estimate
$20 billion.
$20 billion.
That's all.
Yes.
And the Attorney General comes out to say what?
And the President at the State of the Nation.
And the Attorney General comes out to say what?
No, the President at the State of the Nation. The President has spoken.
Yes.
He said,
and the Attorney General
covered 600 million Ghana cedis.
Yes.
And 29 luxury vehicles. Okay. So clearly, oral is working.
Yeah, it's working. So why is it not working in this state? So if it is working, why are you going back?
But the Auditor General has powers to set charge. So we should see the Auditor General also make some.
So you have to see him, or I have got to see him.
I'll take a break and we'll be back to delve into the issues. We are still watching Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. My guest, Dr. Henry Kokofu, Nilante Vanderpoy, helping us dissect the issues around the U.S.-Israel attack on Iran. We'll be back right after this break. Don't go away.
Confident smile is everything. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo kendini ehu behia semecha sapapadia to ama me manfo Kel Charcoal's natural ingredients eno ene bom se ho ban e mane sren ne sanso mama hotoso e wo bedwam.
Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kel Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kel, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
Watching DSTV means getting the TV you love, but staying connected means getting something extra. Stunning. Extra matches, extra dramas, the best local and the world's biggest. Extra laughter, music, movies, and extra vim. I love it. Just stay connected or reconnect and get upgraded to the next higher package at no extra cost. Charlie, we got you. Keep watching. Get more with DSTV.
Feel the energy and reconnect with your roots this March at the Back to Your Village Food Festival 2026.
Join us for a celebration of Ghanaian culture and cuisine from all across the country. Northern, Akan, and Southern villages will all be represented. It's more than just food. It's about culture, family, and memories that last a lifetime. Let's come together this March to discover the flavors that make us who we are. The date is 28th and 29th of March 2026. Venue is the A4 Sutherland Children's Park. The time is 10 a.m. through till 6 p.m. each day. Interested vendors can register by calling 0205-973-973. The Back to Your Village Food Festival is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM.
Who arrested the big sis?
Big sis. Hey. That one is Jerry John Rollins.
Say that again.
Jerry John Rollins.
Who arrested the big sis?
The big sis. No, Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah.
Charlie, you're a hard guy. Kwame Nkrumah arrested the big sis. That'd be hard. Who arrested the big sis?
It's not Kwame Nkrumah.
Yeah.
Kwame Nkrumah.
He was the one who arrested the big six. Oh, okay. Charlie, Kwame Nkrumah didn't be bad man. Who arrested the big six?
Then the JJ.
What's it?
JJ.
Look at this man.
Hard guy.
JJ.
I know a hard.
So JJ.
JJ, they know a hard.
Yeah, no.
A hard guy.
Sweden Secondary School invites all alumni and stakeholders to the 67th anniversary and homecoming celebrations. It's happening from Friday the 20th of March to Sunday the 22nd of March 2026. On Friday, How I Got There, 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Year groups check-in and roll call. Gary Soakins competition. Cadet course ceremony from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. All students convoy. Drive to Swesco, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Candlelight procession from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Welcome cocktail with alumni and staff of the school. Meet and greet with Kompa Band performing live at the forecourt of the school complex from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday, speech and prize giving day from 8 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. All year groups lunch from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Alumni dance party from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. On Sunday, anniversary Thanksgiving service at 8 a.m. A great opportunity to reconnect with your old mates. Contact your year group president now. Semper Cum Optimus, always with the best.
On this happy trip back.
Agro.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily. My name is Jude Duncan sitting in for a regular host, Nana Tufo Boateng. Just gone by, we had a conversation on the Israel-US attacks on Iran, the possible implications, the ramifications for smaller economies like Ghana, and of course, what we have to do to ensure that we don't feel the effects of it. And my guest sharing very insightful and useful, insights into this conversation. But we'll move on now from one energy-related conversation to another energy-related conversation, because the NPA has said that uniform fuel prices will protect consumers and competition. Abbas Tasunti, who is the Director for Economic Regulation and Planning at the NPA, was on Eyewitness News on CTFM yesterday and explained why the regulator had taken a position like that. I'll just read excerpts of that stories and I'll get my guests to respond to the issues. So the story on citynewsroom.com reads, the National Petroleum Authority has defended its decision to enforce uniform prices across all retail stations, saying the move will guarantee fairness for consumers while maintaining a competitive downstream petroleum sector. Speaking on Channel 1 Newsroom on Wednesday, March 4, 2026, Abbas Ibrahim Tasunti, Director of Economic Regulation and Planning at the NPA, explained that the policy eliminates the long-standing practice of location-based price discounts, which often resulted in some consumers paying more than others for the same fuel. Now, we know the backstory to this, right, where some players within the space, called on the NPA to remove the price ceiling, because they felt that there was so much more in terms of value they could offer. And I'm referring to Star Oil and Go, of course, would later even result into some form of social media banter, where now some of these oil marketing companies started serving breakfast. And in an attempt to woo clients, some of these oil marketing companies now decided to reduce prices at selected fuel stations. Now, of course, with all that's ongoing with regards to the Middle East and its implication on our fuel, the NPA is trying to bring some reforms to the sector, and this is one of such reforms. So I'll start off with you, Honorable Nilanti van der Poel. Would you say this is a step in the right direction?
Well, let me say this. In all economic theory, so to tell you that perfect competition is good. It gives opportunity to the consumer to be able to decide which product and which sort of price to pay for commodities. So perfect competition is good economically, and theoretically is good. But when you have a situation whereby we want to create the right environment for national development, then you also have to put in certain regulations to be able to make sure that there is no, let me say, impunitive perfect competition, where people will take advantage of the markets in order to destroy other competitors. If, for example, we allow what is happening to continue, the marketing companies are now sourcing their products from different sources. So I could decide to go to a very cheap source, have a cheap product, come to the market, use the discount regime under the regulation, and make my product so cheap that I will take over the market. But ultimately, that will also affect the total revenue outlook of the country, because the margins will then come down. So I think what the regulator is doing is to be able to have a sort of system whereby the discounting regime within the sector will be level.
Equal playing field.
Equal playing field, so that then it creates a very even field for everybody. Use your own marketing skills and marketing strategies to be able to attract the customers. Instead of allowing people to use their own advantages based upon a discount to do that. What I was saying was that in that situation, the oil marketing companies that are proactive to some of the rural areas, mostly inaccessible areas, will have that opportunity now to be able to reach out to those people and not cause too much price fluctuations within their environment. The reason why Star Oil, for example, right from day one, was concerned about this was the fact that within that space, they are the ones who are really in the rural areas, because they serve some of the let me say, unreachable communities, especially the landlocked areas, through their supply of premise, for example. With my work at DRIP, trying to see how the assemblies can easily access energy, fuel for the trucks.
Yeah.
When we did analysis, we saw that there are a lot of the places where you cannot have, for example, Goil, because we had a relationship with Goil to be our main supplier. So what we have to do is to have a relation between Goil and Star Oil. So where Goil is not available, Star Oil will supply us in place of Goil. So we are able to see the dynamics and know that Star Oil. So they thought that if this thing become uniform, the same level, then it will be able to give them some stability where they can reach out to more communities within those difficult enclaves and not have effect on their outturns. So I think after the confusion and all this front and back and all those, I think it's good that the regulator has come in to clear the system and create a level of even playing field for everybody, so that sitting here, I won't say that, oh, because I want to get all the customers of Kokofu, tomorrow I'm going to tweak with the price regime, have this level of discount, and then I'll take all the customers of Kokofu. In that situation, what I'm actually doing is that I am destroying Kokofu's business. You understand? So nobody will really have the upper hand within the industry, and all of them will be able to have a distance, so that your marketing skills, your marketing strategies will be able to attract
to fall.
You yourself said it. Some of them decided to even give breakfast to the customers in order to get them, because at that time they were seeing the competition being keen, and all of them want to have profit.
Yeah.
So the more customers you get, the more you get your margins and get your profits. So I think it's good. It's good. We should allow the regulator to use it. I know the regulator has already put before Parliament a review of the existing regulations, so that all these discounting regimes will be looked at, so that the competition within the sector will not be unbridled, where people will take advantage against others.
Honorable Dr. Kokofu, there was also an element of unfairness with the previous or the status quo, where you go to one particular fuel station of the same OMC and it's a different price. You drive further to a different place and it's a different price. So you say this is good because it removes the element of unfair pricing.
Well, that's okay. I would like that we educate the public a bit further, a bit insight in this. But before then, let me commend my colleague for praising Nana Danko Ekufuado and Dr. Baumia's initiatives. I mean, the foresight by this Agenda 111. You know, he mentioned the vaccine manufacturing initiative, and indeed his own DRIP. You know, these are some of the
DRIP
things.
is not Baumia's.
Oh, please. DRIP.
But DRIP was from the previous administration.
No. Oh, you see, history, people are making a mistake.
Oh, please.
Under John Mahama, we started DRIP. But it's a name, it's a nomenclature.
We are referring to the current structure in place.
Yes. So what I'm saying that.
So you brought in the tractors and the equipment and all that.
Yes, under John Mahama.
You brought in, gracious God.
Oh, I'm surprised.
My God of mercy.
I'm surprised you don't know this. Under John Mahama, we had.
Please, should we stop our others and go to the records and bring out all these things about
the historical account.
So it is the name change
for local government.
So it was.
I was deputy minister for local government.
Please,
when we brought the equipment, let me give you an example.
Please,
the equipment was part of the equipment was what was used to dredge the Korle Lagoon after the
Okay, thank you. That's my floor. Please, thank you for the unsolicited intervention.
And what year was this in Mohammed's first term?
2015.
2015.
Yes.
So
we'll check.
Yes.
So viewers, it is for you to judge.
286
DRIP,
equipment,
the vaccines, manufacturing, Agenda 111, and others, just to boost our resilience. Thank you for drawing our attention.
No,
to
but
that.
even if I want to push on Agenda 111, how many of the hospitals have been completed?
No, even if it is one, it is an initiative. It's something that we are building a nation.
Government's address says we are going to continue on.
Yes, he has no option than to continue. Because this is key for the people of Ghana.
Your home region, which was the first one they launched, the Trader Hospital. Is it functioning?
No.
Oh, of course it's functioning.
Huh?
Really?
It's functioning, yeah.
Oh, no.
So they are taking care of patients there
Yes.
as we speak?
No.
Yes.
No.
Oh, but I'm saying yes, you are saying no. So what's your problem?
The Minister of Health said it's a skeleton.
No, you see, it's not about you. No. I'm
Because
saying
the
this,
Deputy Health Minister on the floor of Parliament, said that not a single one of the Agenda 111 hospitals is fully
operational.
functioning.
That one is working. So let me
The Trader one is working,
Yes.
but the rest are not working.
I don't know, but that one I know. You see, back to your question. The status quo, what is happening now? Is it backed by law?
Yes.
By legislation? I just want to know because I want us to educate the public. Is it backed by law?
Yes.
It's backed by law.
Yes.
Okay. So the new one they want to bring, is it also backed by law?
Yes. They are law. You see, the point they have, even this morning, is he was...
Because you see, please, I have the floor.
Yeah.
If the status quo is backed by law and you want to do away with it, it means you have to
go back to the law.
You see,
and,
their law
and cancel the
let me
existing one.
let me give you an example. You see,
or you go for an amendment.
Their law, the next clause after the main one on this discounting, say if an LMC may use discount in that, so the law gave some room to the OMCs.
No, this is the regulator speaking.
So the statement
yes.
from the MPA said that it indicated that a revision has been undertaken to strengthen the existing guidelines, ensure compliance with pricing formula regulations LI 2186 as amended LI 2222, and of course to enhance effective monitoring, enforcement and compliance to sustain petroleum downstream industry. So I think they are minded about the law.
So it's been amended. That's all that I wanted to do because the public needs to know. Because you can't just wake up one day and say one thing without recourse to the law. So if it's been amended, so be it. Now, what is then going to happen to competitive marketing? This is price control in disguise?
No, really.
No. We are going to have uniform pricing. So is it price control?
So, Honorable Kokofu, what we are talking about here is not uniform pricing across all OMCs. It is uniform prices with respect to specific OMCs. You know,
within their own internal arrangement.
Within their own internal arrangement.
So that they wouldn't be able to manipulate the system in terms of pricing and all that.
Possibly.
Well, if that is what the regulator thinks, it may sanitize the system. That's okay. But I don't see it as a remedy or something in preparedness for if there is going to be an escalation of this war. That may trigger oil crisis worldwide. So we may be affected because we have 5 weeks stock. And within that 5 weeks, and the war still rages on, the crude is not coming, what are we going to do? These are some of the things we want to hear. The preparedness.
They spoke on that as well.
Okay, so let us bring that to fore. Because that is what Ghanaians are looking at.
So according to Abbas Tasunti, despite having about 5 to 6 weeks of fuel, stored for reserves, they are also looking at alternative, supply routes, basically. So that is being explored. So hopefully they are able to come out with some announcement in the coming days on what they intend to do for a more long-term view.
Beautiful. So Ghanaians should not be panicking over fuel crisis in due course. Is it not the case?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is it. We live to see. And we hope that we don't get there. If we should get there, then it means all the so-called economic gains we are touting ourselves may come to ground zero. And that would be very, very, very bad for the nation and our economy. Do you agree with me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anytime we are talking about external shocks, whether force majeure or some form of global disturbances, we must all put our minds to it as a nation. We can do our politics, we can do everything, but what is beyond our means, we shouldn't make it appear that it is somebody's negligence or somebody's mismanagement and all that. Going forward, we will see how the government is going to respond to some of these shocks that are coming. The very first test had been this cocoa pricing shock. It has hit them so seriously, and this country will for a long time reel over this unfortunate situation. If tomorrow we are to get up and say we are seeing a fall in gold pricing, what are we going to do? Because basically the economy is hinged on gold. We go and gather, the government himself, the state himself is now out there gathering gold, then go and sell. Yeah, we are gathering gold. Gold board is gathering the gold everywhere, looking for gold.
Then licensed,
whether licensed, whether unlicensed, whether what. So all those golds that are being produced, the licensees are bringing them, isn't? So we've licensed illegal mining activities in this country.
You were within the sector.
Yes, of course.
Were you gathering gold?
No. No, we are not gathering gold because we never place the economy solely on gold. The danger of placing your economy on a single commodity, you are courting that disease. You are courting resource scarce to the negligence of all others. Because you see, as we speak today, cocoa matters no more to us as an economic activity. It used to be the backbone of our economy. Today it doesn't matter most to us. The priority is on gold. Where is agriculture and value addition? It's not there. It's not our priorities. So we are interested.
Our economy is diversified.
We are interested in getting cheaper dollars on the market, so people can go in and import cheap rice, bring them in, so people can buy cheap rice in Ghana. That is all that the government is comfortable with, and we live to see.
No, but they're also developing a lot of homegrown solutions, right? So the president, and because you mentioned agriculture, there's also in Kokon Kitten, which is aimed at...
Where 728 were given to 13,000 farmers.
I'm not sure that's what the president
728 what?
Oh, it was reported.
That's what?
The president said 728 beds have been given to, distributed to 13,000.
Is it possible?
But it was said.
By who?
By who?
It was, you don't know.
Who reported it? I have not heard it.
You haven't heard it?
I have not heard it.
Do yourself.
I will get you the information.
Do the division yourself.
That is the wonder. And that is the wonder. NDC government is so wonderful. I mean, magicians.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Kogofu.
That we can divide 728 by 13,000.
Let's come back to the issue. Others have said that, in fact, the price war that the NPA uses to determine, fuel prices and how low or high OMCs can go should even be removed in the first place. I remember the Star Oil CEO in the past actually called for the scrapping of it so Ghanaians can get more value. Is it time we go back to some of these calls, particularly because of also what is happening in the Middle East?
Well, I don't get the drift, but then I still believe that the oil industry is so volatile, so sensitive, that little things that comes up to it may cause a whole lot of dislocation in the system. I cannot, at this point, agree to it or not, because I haven't taken time and trouble to cross-check. But the bottom line is the supply. If we have enough supply in the system, then demand and supply comes to play. And the quality is as well very necessary, compromising the quality. Because an OMC may compromise with the quality and then be selling at a cheaper rate. That is also there.
Right.
So for me, the NPA, the regulator, has a lot to do. Cheating at the pump, the quality of the products.
All of that.
Yes. Are you aware that some companies are selling premix in their pumps?
Really?
Yeah, premix are being diverted to some of these companies. Yeah, they are selling
I've
them,
not come across
and
that.
they are selling them for vehicle users.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why?
That for more money.
How?
Yes.
In which areas? The fuel is cheap. So why will you use premise?
Go to Well, I will give you the
areas.
a station. The station was, I think, was it at Dome or Asempa? Yeah, they were looking at it. They mentioned those companies that were doing that.
Honorables, thank you so much for again your deep insights into the issue around the fuel pricing and the MPS order for uniform pump prices. We'll just end with brief thoughts, right, on our final conversation for the day on decongesting prisons as government lays out the community service bill before Parliament. We know of some of the really deplorable states of our prisons, right? If you go to Nsawon, you know, a facility that was initially meant for a little over maybe 1,000 people now houses in excess of many people, and the conditions there are very deplorable. But for the Pentecost Church, you know, constructing some prisons in parts of the country, the situation would have been dire. I don't know.
Yeah, I think this is the best news for us as a people. And I'm saying the people within the social sector should be happy about this. We should support it. Some of us sometimes sit back and we don't know what our fellow Ghanaians who unexpectedly and sometimes, let me say, unintentionally get themselves involved in certain crimes that lead to they being incarcerated in such deplorable conditions. I've had a relationship with the Summer Prison, for example, where annually we used to go and play football with them and then donate some items to them. We get opportunity.
From the constituency?
No, Liberty Oldies.
Okay.
During the time of the late Alhaji Slightete, because he used to play with them. And also because Honorable B.T. Abad then was the director of Liberty. So we had that relationship. And sometimes when you go there, you know, I met friends, people I have known. I've been looking for them. I thought they had traveled outside the country. And I went and met them there. And when they tell you the stories which led them to get into the place, it's unfortunate. I have one story I've never stopped talking about. A very good friend of mine, we used to play football together. And he became this bookman at the station, Carnation Odoko station. And there's a queue. And this person tried to cross the queue. So when the person can say, look, JQ, I don't have to lie. The person said, why? And it's like playing, he pushed the person fell. Hit his head against the curb around the
Wow. You mean a violent?
No, the person died. He's there for life. And you can see that his life is gone.
He's broken.
So some of these places are not a pleasant place for anyone. And you don't know what could lead you there. So I think that we watch other jurisdictions and we see that the environment they live in. I think that this is a good thing. We should have more community services, which I think will become more deterrent than
wasting away in
people in prison. I think
Dr.
so. It's a good thing for
Well,
us.
ideally that would have been a good policy, but the point is how is it going to be implemented? The abuse. We are in a system where indiscipline across all levels. So if the implementers can assure us that indeed we can get to this model, why not? Because international standards, I mean, they are using it. So I will plead with the implementers, the prison servers, the social. If we have a good social service networking, that would have been most ideal.
Dr. Henry Kwabena Kokofu, and of course, Honorable Neil Ante Vanderpoel, who heads DRIP. He says President Mahama started this
Happy birthday to Ghana.
Long ago. Exactly. Tomorrow is also our 69th Independence Day celebration. We've come a long way as a people. Like they say, a country that doesn't, or a people that doesn't understand their history or know their history, are bound to repeat the mistakes of the past. So as we celebrate our 69th Independence and celebration, let's make it a point to know more about our country. Let's make it a point to be responsible citizens, and you know that would inure to all of us our benefits. The Heritage On Air series is ongoing on CTFM and Channel 1 TV. Do it, make it a part to learn something new every day by watching all of the videos we have, the conversations we have on the show. But that's all time will allow us for today's edition of the News Review discussion. I hope you've learned something new. My name is Jude Duncan. I sat in for a regular host, Nanatu for Boatin. Up next, Philip and Chris Carter come your way with a lot more exciting conversations. Don't go away.
Philip is wearing
Go.
Are you ready to revolutionize the future of agriculture? The Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, in partnership with the Ghana Exim Bank, proudly presents the Ghana Agro Tech Fair 2026. The fair will feature exhibitions, market linkages, masterclasses, and workshops on climate-smart farming, digital tools, and export development. Join us at the Black Star Square from March 17 to March 19 at 9 a.m. each day. The President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, will be assisted by the Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, the Honorable Elizabeth Ofuswejari, and the Chief Executive of the Ghana Exim Bank, Honorable Sylvester Adina Mensah, to open the fair. Government agencies, agro-tech firms, startups, farmers, financial institutions, and the general public are all welcome. To exhibit or for inquiries, call 0559 679326 or 0242 585419. Ghana Agro Tech Fair 2026, transforming agribusiness through local innovation and technology.
Watching DSTV means getting the TV you love, but staying connected means getting something extra. Stunning. Extra matches, extra dramas, the best local and the world's biggest. Extra laughter, music, movies, and extra vim. I love it. Just stay connected or reconnect and get upgraded to the next higher package at no extra cost. Charlie, we got you. Keep watching. Get more with DSTV.
As part of Heritage Month 2026, we bring you the On-Air series, Our Culture, Our Story, Our Identity. In week 1, the sound of our identity.
A great one from the legend himself, Charles Kojofosu.
In week 2, Our Past, Our Power.
So the African Personalities idea, first and foremost, started somewhere in the 1890s by a movement called Gonfanti Movement.
In week 3, Faces of the Nation. In week 4, What We Eat, Who We Are.
A typical Fanti palm nut soup is a United Nations soup. Yes, a United Nation soup. So you have fish in there. I will not make palm nut soup unless I have periwinkle.
The Heritage On-Air series 2026, Our Culture, Our Story, Our Identity, will air every Monday to Thursday on 97.3 CDFM at 9 a.m. and on Channel 1 TV at 10 a.m. The Heritage On-Air series 2026 is proudly sponsored by GCB Bank, GTP, and Bethel Dental.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend
250 million USD and come out with that.
Blasters efitomo. Oto adwe ebo moten.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emergent sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe Zebaut.
How Zebaut there?
Zebaut won chaboke
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Moria picking.
Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Minke man bi moni nya Kofi Adam no mai kami. Matwale. Man ke la ke no ya ne. Meneke. Fe won sha ko ba club fe ke DJ. Ni wo hia ka wo she. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Agro.
Grateful that you stayed with us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. It's another interesting day, and Jude Mensah Duncan started the show with the guests. They spoke about a number of things, but we are taking over from here to 11 a.m. when we say bye-bye to you. But a few reminders. I am Philip Nilate, but a few reminders that we'll be starting with has to do with the Heritage Caravan that is ongoing. Today is Thursday, and they went on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Today being Thursday as the 5th day on the Caravan, and the Caravanites are really having fun. Yesterday there was a video of Samuel Atamensa, who is the managing director here, and he was doing some dance and all that. You know, he's a chief up in the north there, and the Caravanites have already visited the border. That is Ghana and Burkina Faso. They've gone to the Paga Crocodiles Park or Pond. They've seen a number of things there, and they're just having fun on the Caravan. But you know what? We couldn't have done this without the assistance and help from a number of sponsors, a number of institutions, a number of companies that came in here to help us so we can put this together. So first, we want to thank Hollard Insurance Life. Thank you so much for coming on for us. You've really helped us. Also, we want to thank Omni Basic Bank for also helping. Piva Beverages also, thank you so much. Admin Granite Paste, thank you so much. Caveman Official Timekeepers, thank you so much. We also want to thank Gwell, very important. They are fueling us. Mini-me Achomo, go out there, grab your Achomo and enjoy yourself. Nana's Rice, locally manufactured rice, thank you so much for supporting us. Gino, thank you so much for joining. The homemade taste shito. If you haven't tasted it yet, there's an opportunity you'd have to grab this shito and enjoy yourself with your rice, with your gari, with your kenke, with your banku. Certainly, you can get some homemade shito there. That is a Didi shito, and get to enjoy yourself. So thank you so much to all the sponsors for making it a blast for us. Let me put it that way, because it's the 10th anniversary and the Caravanites are really having a lot of fun roaming across the country, 14 regions in 8 days. So today is day 5. They have 3 days more to go around and enjoy themselves. But like Chris and myself, we've been saying here, in order for you to be part of the 2027 edition of Heritage Caravan, you should start some susu now, so that when the time gets there, you can easily pay and we can move on. Again, with the Heritage Month, we have a number of things that we are coming your way with that has to do with the Heritage on Air series. And the Heritage on Air series, it's actually something that we are bringing you here both on radio and on TV. So tune into Breakfast Daily like you've done now. So by 10 a.m. we will bring you the Heritage on Air series. Today we are looking at the gospel, choir and community music, choir music or church music as a cultural force. Also the choir traditions and mass choir music as social healing and unity. And of course, the person to do this for us is Dr. Patrick Alfred Adakwe, who is a senior lecturer, music department of the University of Ghana. So he would definitely be joining Firma Edu Nyami for us to actually do this, which is very, very important. So the sponsors for this particular show or this particular on-air series is GCB Bank, GTP, very important because they are bringing you all the beautiful fabrics you can get, Bethel Dental, and South African Airways. Yes, South African Airways. So by 10 a.m. we will bring in you the on-air series, and definitely we would make it a point to give you what you have to hear, what you have to know, so far as the on-air series is concerned. Also, Back to Your Village Food Festival. I want to tell you about Back to Your Village Food Festival that is happening this month. When all is said and done with the entire Heritage Month, we will now converge on the Ifwa Sunderland Children's Park on the 28th and 29th of March 2026. And bring you that tantalizing meal you've always been craving for, that delicious food you've been eating in your village, but now you are in the city, so you tend to eat a lot more rice. That's jollof rice, fried rice, and all those things. But Back to Your Village Food Festival gives you the opportunity to taste that delicious meal you've not tasted in a very long time. So we will be giving you the we'll be bringing you the total kwakwa that you would want. We will also bring you food. So make sure that you make it a point and put it on your calendar. Yeah, block the calendar and get the Back to Your Village Food Festival on your calendar and be part of it on the 28th and 29th of March 2026. And you know, it starts at 10 a.m. each day to 6 p.m. and you can actually get yourself that interesting food. And this, of course, powered by City 97.3 FM and also interested vendors of indigenous foods are invited to register. And you can call 0205 973 973 and register. Anyway, that said, we have something we are pushing here on Channel 1 TV and City TV, City 97.3 FM. So it has to do with the Easter Orphanage Project. So the Easter Orphanage Project kindly supports the annual Easter Orphanage Project in
quest to feed, maintain, support some selected orphanages in Ghana. Easter Monday, 6th April 2026, and you can support by sending your money to the Momo number that has been provided there, 0550900006. So you can send your money there, and definitely we will get it to that particular orphanage and they will receive it on your behalf. But we are pushing this agenda here on Channel 1 TV and 69.3 FM that has to do with the Made in Ghana rice campaign. The Made in Ghana rice campaign is very important, and you would have to be part of this campaign. It's a campaign that we've been talking about here for a very long time. So if you go on the market today, or you go to the market today, you would want to buy the Made in Ghana rice, because we want the farmers to actually get work to do. We want more jobs created, and we want food gluts ended. So support the farmers, create more jobs, and get something for them to actually buy. We would also tell you that this is actually in partnership with Agro Impact Limited, MasterCard Foundation, and also 24-hour economy. So let your meal make a difference. Choose Ghana first. Takura designs what you are seeing on set today. It's Heritage Month, and all what you are seeing on the set today is actually brought to you by Takura, and they are actually bringing out the heritage part of all the furniture you can think about when it comes to what you should get in the country and beyond. And let me tell you this, interestingly, the Heritage Month enjoy the Heritage Rich set on Channel 1 set, or Channel 1 TV, masterfully designed by Takura, with pieces from our iconic Jabi collection that were featured in the Hollywood film Black Panther Wakanda Forever in 2022. We are a global brand for contemporary African furniture and decor, inspired by culture, created or crafted by skilled hands, and made from sustainable local material. So you can call the numbers 0267 05097 0267 050590 so that you can make your order. So Takura, the beauty of crafted masterpieces. So get your Takura now, and voila, we are good to go. Let me end by saying that the Channel 1 News app is also still on the Google Play Store and the App Store. Download it now and get that information that we'll be putting across here on Channel 1 News, and also all the stories that you will definitely be getting. Let's move straight into the trends. A number of things have been trending recent times. Yesterday, there was a story that actually touched on the former vice president, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud, with his wife, now the flag bearer of the new patriotic party for the 2028 elections. There was a story that they have been relocated or evacuated from Qatar. That was an earlier report. So an earlier report has suggested that the former vice president was evacuated from Qatar to Saudi Arabia due to ongoing conflict involving the United States, Israel, and Iran. But later, there was a statement that came out from the special aide of the former vice president, and you can see on the screen, it says that following the publication in the media that Dr. Bawumia and his wife have been evacuated from Qatar, we have received concerns about the safety of the couple. Accordingly, we say as follows: Dr. Bawumia and his wife, Hajia Samira, are both fine and safe. The couple left Doha, Qatar this morning for Saudi Arabia to perform Umrah, if I got the name right, and an essential Islamic practice. The couple would commence their Umrah on Thursday which is today, 5th March 2026, and then leave Saudi Arabia on Saturday, 7th March 2026. So there's a statement from their side. But yesterday, we had an interview with Dennis Miracle Abuaje, who is a senior aide for the former vice president, and he dismissed reports that his boss was evacuated from Qatar amid escalating tensions in the Middle East, describing the claims as completely misinformation. He clarified that Dr. Bawumia's travel arrangements were routine diplomatic courtesies and not an emergency response, contrary to widespread speculations in sections of the media. So it's generated a number of conversation, or it's generated conversation on social media. Let's bring you what the public is actually saying. So how did Dr. Bawumia come back? Let me put it this way. Whilst other Ghanaians are still stranded. Well, we are also getting a different information from his camp. This country is too polarized. NPP or NDC, we are all Ghanaians. Very true. Very true. It is not everything that we have to politicize. Very true. They are all Ghanaians. Our savior is in Saudi Arabia now, and we are pleading with the Saudi Arabian government to take a very good care of Dr. Bawumia and Hajia Samira. Their safety is a great win for Ghana. Thank you. So this is coming from Elvis. So that's it from what is happening on social media concerning Dr. Bawumia's evacuation, whether he's been or not. There's been other things, but in all, we are all Ghanaians, and whatever has to be done to protect every citizen has to be done. There is another one too. Tomorrow is actually 6th March 2026, and Ghana will be 69 years old. I don't know why people are running out of jerseys now. Is there a reason why people are buying jerseys? We understand that the Ghana jersey, referring to the Black Stars national football team kit, typically in the national colors of red, gold, green, and black, is trending right now primarily because of the upcoming 69th Independence Day celebration on the 6th March 2026. Ghanaians are rushing to buy and wear the jersey as a symbol of national pride and patriotism. It's become more than just sportswear. It's a cultural item for the occasion, with people styling it for parties. Oh, really? So people are actually fighting for the jersey? Really? Mad rush for the jersey, and you can see it on the screens. I really don't know why it's rather become a craze now. I really don't know why. I don't know whether it's because of the World Cup. I don't know. I actually don't know. With people styling for parties, events, parades, and even everyday wear during Ghana Month festivities, social media, especially X, shows crowd at market, vendors struggling with stocks, and a wave of posts encouraging everyone to rep your Ghana jersey on Independence Day. This has led to a high demand, causing jerseys to sell out quickly in places like Accra market. So of course, when you go to Kantamanto, you're not going to get prices skyrocketing due to opportunistic sellers capitalizing on hypes, and also a broader shift where the jersey is worn beyond football matches as an expression of identity and unity. So we don't know whether it's because of the World Cup, that's why people are rushing for it, or because it's actually 6th March, which will be tomorrow, 69 years. Another thing I also heard is that it's moved from like 80 Ghana cedis to somewhere about 600 Ghana cedis. That's like abnormal profits you want to make out there. Let's bring you what the general public is saying about this. Today feels like a Rep Your Ghana Jersey Day for corporate workers. Yes, I saw a number of people actually wearing jersey. And here, the sales and marketing department of Channel 1 TV and City FM, you people have decided to wear the jerseys without even informing us. This is coming from me, Philip Nilate of the newsroom. It's not fair. Next time, if you are doing this, tell us so that we can also buy the jerseys from. Anyway, today feels so that's it. So today feels like a Rep Your Ghana Jersey Day. Those times they used to laugh at you for wearing a Ghana jersey or repping your jersey, but today, look, they are even buying it for 500 Ghana cedis plus. Hey, people are cashing out too. Come and give me the jersey some, let me sell it. I took my little brother to school, and everyone in administration, including the teachers, are in Ghana jersey, shaking my head. Somebody wrote down there, Ghana jersey, 600 Ghana cedis. And Kwame Nkrumah's Fugo Kra, how much was it? So, you guys are wearing the jerseys. Anyway, at this rate, buying a Ghana jersey should come with a complimentary World Cup seat. Let's see how that one is going to go. The Ghana jersey, which was sold for 80 Ghana cedis, I told you, for 80 Ghana cedis few weeks ago, is now selling for 200 to 500 Ghana cedis. And I think that's why the mad rush is in for that. Because if you buy it, low, na high. So someone is going to buy it at a very low price and come and sell it for you at a very high price. But I don't know whether the craze is going to go off after tomorrow. Well, these are some of the comments that are coming up. This one says that you can't even recite the national anthem. Tomorrow, we will open the phone lines here for people to recite national anthem and also to sing sing the national anthem and also recite the pledge. You understand? Yes. So it's just interesting. Maybe there are some more comments. So those of us will not get the Ghana jersey, no. What Mo could do tomorrow? Oh, you can dress normal. We will generate what? Some using AI. Oh, okay. There are other ways too. You can also dress to depict that you are in Ghana, and also the fact that you are repping the country. So that's it. So let's bring you the video of the day. Away with the trends, the Ghana jersey, and also Dr. Mahmoud Baumia on the trends. Let's bring you the video of the day. Then we enter into another interesting conversation here on set. Let's bring you the video of the day.
To me, yeah. Now we have a four. Moon dear feels so bad. Come on, shed that yet. Oh, do you? Some say, was a drop. Yeah, Jenny kind. Put some crime to me, yeah. Now we have a four. Moon dear feels so bad. Come on, shed that yet. Oh, do you? Some say, was a drop. Yeah, Jenny kind. Put some crime to me, yeah. Now we have a four. Moon dear feels so bad. Come on, shed that yet. Oh, do you? Some say,
we. You see, Acrobat will say we. So this, if you die, who has caused this? Ghana Police Service, I think you have to arrest this gentleman. MTTD, arrest him. This is not right. You can't be on the road, and we've been talking about road crashes for a very long time, and you're actually risking your life and other road users. So what if there is an emergency brake, or you have to apply, or an emergency something you have to do while driving? Then your leg will save you or something? Well, Ghana Police, over to you. I really don't know if this is a recent video, but if really it is, then I think he has to be dealt with, because it's not right. Anyway, we will talk about something very interesting here on the show. You know, for the month of March, the Caravanites will enjoy. For them, they'll go enjoy, they'll roam the whole country and all that. We will bring you the sights and sounds here on TV and also sounds on radio. But there's another special one for you out there. You didn't join them, but you can enjoy the food, which is going to happen on the 28th and 29th of March 2026 from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. In studio for us to have a good discussion on that is David Kweku Sechi. We all know him as Kweku David. Event and Marketing Communication Executive here at Channel 1 TV and CT 97.3 FM. Kweku, good morning. And how are you doing?
I'm all right.
Before you came, I was showing some video. The gentleman is risking his life.
That's crazy.
He's risking his life.
That's crazy. You see, if you did things like this and you were to have an accident and die alone, honestly, I don't have a problem. If you want to kill yourself, that's where you can go. But it will affect other people.
Yes.
you have an accident with another vehicle. There may be other people in your vehicle. Somebody was filming that thing, and they were very happy. And the person was giving him funds as he was.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. You see his response to the video as the person was filming clearly tells you that the guy was urging him on.
If you watch the video very well, you notice that they were approaching a curve.
Okay.
They were approaching a curve.
Okay.
So I really don't know why you'd be risking your life.
It's crazy.
And,
it's really crazy.
No. Anyway.
And sometimes I wonder when I look at some of these videos that the accidents we know have happened, how many of them were caused by distractions of drivers, lack of paying attention, you're on your phone, doing something else. Yeah, that's how accidents happen.
And the accident happens. Yesterday, we were talking about an accident at Portuchrome in the Ashanti region.
The ambulance and the other vehicle.
Another one, too, on the Cape Coast Takura highway, 11 getting injured.
Yeah.
Then another one, too, at Pokwase, that's a Herbal area, having about 2 people actually dying. And we keep asking ourselves what is really happening to our drivers. People really do not drive with caution. But anyway, that said, you are here for the Back to Your Village Food Festival. Yeah. You are ready. Yeah, you are.
No, we are ready.
Yeah.
We're ready. But you see, I need to talk about this jersey matter first before we
Oh, really?
Yeah. See, because I don't understand why.
The recent craze.
First of all, those in-house who cheated us by doing the thing one side, and then they told themselves that we will all wear our jerseys.
Led by Francis Degbo.
Francis is the one who's responsible for this.
Our sales manager.
Yeah. I don't understand.
He led it.
Yeah.
This is called Edidija.
No, so we put it to you that you owe us jerseys. Myself and Philip.
Me, I know. I need a special size. So if you have my special size, so you can bring it. Let me wear it tomorrow.
Please, if Francis is not watching, tell him that he should watch. But we are telling him that he owes us jerseys.
It's not fair. It's not fair. You also want to rep Ghana, so want to rep Ghana. Anyway, so as
talking about repping Ghana, so the Caravan is on. Exciting times. I've seen lots and lots of footage, lots and lots of beautiful pictures. They're having a great time. It's a great, experience. So, and for some people, it's the very first time that they're going around Ghana and seeing Ghana in this way. There's nothing better than enjoying what you've read about, what you've heard about since you were a kid, and doing it in the company of like-minded people, enjoying with high energy and excitement. Yeah, so I think this is on the pontoon, right?
Yeah.
This is the ferry.
When we were doing Dubai.
Yeah. So it's such a beautiful experience. And this is something I haven't done yet, this part.
Wow, the ferry?
The ferry, I haven't done the ferry yet. So I'm definitely looking forward to an experience on the ferry.
I did the ferry once when the Adome Bridge was under
construction, the renovation.
The renovation. Yeah. So I was in Hopoli, but coming to Accra, you now have to get to Atimpoku or Jasikai. Yeah. Then you now do the
ferry. The ferry crossover. Wow. So anyway, I mean, it's a beautiful thing, and so that's the beginning of how we kicked off Heritage Month, and then of course the Heritage On Air series is ongoing. And today we're going to have another installment of that again, and so it's exciting and all of that. But we're going to wrap up the month. Okay, so the wrap-up of the month will start from the last week. The last week will be food conversations, on the On Air series. Then we'll get to the last 2 days of March, the last weekend in March. And it's going to be a food extravaganza, a gastronomic extravaganza. You will eat and be happy.
Exactly.
So we're definitely looking forward to that. It's going to be happening on the 28th and 29th of March. It's going to be at the A4 Sutherland Children's Park. This is actually going to be the first time we're taking the festival there. So we've done 2 key events there before. We did the first one, the June edition of Agri Fair over there. Then we did This is Ghana. Then we did the November edition of Agri Fair there. So we've tested the grounds. We're quite happy, with the way the place is and how it accommodates our viewers and listeners. You know, so we're going to do the Back to Your Village Food Festival there. Now, last year, I remember interviewing quite a number of people and people saying that the space was small where we were last year. The space was small.
So get a bigger space.
This is going to be exciting to see how we utilize the space this time round, where there's much, much bigger space, you know. And so, yes, a lot of exciting things. That day is not just about food. Mind you, we're not saying it's a food bazaar, it's a food festival. So the festival, when you go to your village, okay, so the words are, all the words in the title are key. Back to your village. So it's your village we're going to. All right. Now, it's not your village that you live in now, because all of us live in cities.
Yeah.
The majority of us live in cities.
Of course, we moved away from the
village. But we all come from some village, right? And so when we say back to your village, we're going back to, everybody's going to have an experience where there's an element of what you remember, the nostalgia of your village, from your grandparents, right? Your grandparents. Because for me, in my village, it's not my parents it doesn't remind me of my parents. It reminds me of my grandparents.
Oh, okay.
You know, yeah. I don't know.
Mine also reminds me of my grandmother. On that side, that's Bukum.
Yeah.
So those times you go there and she's giving you bambara beans.
Yes.
And
with tatale.
And the tatale.
Oh man.
And someone will ask that.
Oh
so
man.
How come I know some people who enjoy the bambara beans with the oil and curry or something. But ideally that's not how we eat it.
It's with sugar.
It's with sugar.
Yeah.
And it's like the taste is it's
heavenly.
Great. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Some people call it angel food. Food for the gods. It's brilliant. You know. So
they call it a boboy and
thank
tatale.
you. Thank you.
You can get it at the Braka.
Yeah. So no, I mean, if you haven't had some before or you haven't had some in a long time, it's definitely going to feature at the Back to Your Village Food Festival. And like I said, everybody's going to have an experience of nostalgia where something you used to eat as a child, you haven't seen it in a long time, you haven't had it in a long while, you will have some available right there, you know, at the festival. And it's a festival. So there'll be music, there'll be dancing, there'll be performances, there'll be opportunity for you to get on the dance floor yourself, you know, and get into some of our traditional dances and all of that, some bobobo, some panlogo, you know, all of those things. I mean, it's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. So that's the Back to Your Village Food Festival. It's going to be happening on the 28th and 29th of March. Those are the last weekend in March. And it's going to be 10 a.m. every morning, you know. And by the way, there's no gate fee.
Free?
Yeah, there's no gate fee. just, you know, we typically don't do gate fee at our events, you know. So entrance is free.
Free?
Yeah. Unlike some other events that you know.
Come with your wallet full and eat till you can't eat anymore. Carry bowls along and buy some in the bowls.
So you know what I like to say? I like to say, come with an empty stomach, a full pocket, and then extra packing bowls.
Oh, okay.
Because that way you are able to eat what you want to eat and carry some home for at least 2 weeks.
Yes, they can last you for 2 weeks.
Yeah, carry some home to last you for at least 2 weeks. You know, I think it's important.
Yeah, very
so important. That, because you see, think about it. You go and, I mean, if I was to list off the things I want to enjoy, okay, I can list them out. My fingers are not enough. There are different foods I want to enjoy.
Wow.
So I must be able to take some home because I can't eat everything there.
True.
You see.
And actually, when you also take it home, there is a different feeling.
Oh,
you know, I got this from Back to Your Village Food Festival. Then I take the Toto Papa that I cannot prepare. I take it home, something I've really been enjoying in my village. I take it home and I can now enjoy it at home. But how with the vendors? I know the slot is actually running out fast.
Yes. So
any word to them?
So so they should. So please call the number. Okay, 0205 973 973 0205 973 973. Call that number right now, and someone will speak to you. Someone will help you to get registered as a vendor, you know, and then you can participate because some slots are already taken. Some slots are already full, you know, so you want to get in as soon as possible and be a part of the experience. And so I think people should just take the opportunity. I mean, there are a lot of people who are out there. You pride yourself in being in providing some special dish and some special delicacies, and you want people to be able to enjoy that. And why not make some money on the side as well? So I think it's important for people to call now. Okay, call early, all right, and secure yourself a spot on
Let's look at the villages that you bring from.
So we have the Akan village. So let's go to the north of the country down to the south. So
which they are now. The Caravanites are there now, or they've left the place.
They are descending.
Okay, they should keep enjoying. They should keep enjoying.
No, but Benarabla is here to call a meeting because he said that when the Caravanites go, we will advise ourselves what we will do with the company here.
Oh, okay.
So he's here to call a meeting. I don't know
when
he's
waiting
going to call the meeting.
For that meeting.
Anyway.
So now let's deal with the villages.
From the north. We have the northern village, then we have the Akan village, and then we have the southern village. So the way we've split it up is very simple. These are general broad areas. So we have the northern village. Now the northern village is basically wrapping the northern part of Ghana and the various delicacies and dishes that are eaten, or let me say, not just eaten, but they rather emanated from there.
Okay.
Right, because most Ghanaian foods are eaten almost everywhere. Some of the best kinky is in Tamale.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Charlie, look, there's a kinky house on Hospital Road.
Oh, in Tamale?
In Tamale. Look, Philip.
And you hid this from me.
Oh, but
you should have told me.
No, it's a while ago.
When I was going to the place, you didn't tell me. You're not being brotherly.
When you get to Tamale and you say you're looking for the kinky house on Hospital Road, my goodness.
Okay.
Some Ghana migrants
moved there.
Oh, Charlie, they've gone to organize themselves. It's too nice.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Very, very
beautiful.
Oh,
interesting.
Stuff.
So the northern part.
Then we come down to the Akan belt. So you know that the Akan belt, you're looking at the Bono to the Ashanti to the Achem, in the Equapim. So it's a whole belt in the middle of the country, So So then the Akan foods. I mean, you and I know there's so much variety, of Akan dishes. Then we come to the southern belt. In the southern belt, we have the Ghana foods and the Voltarian foods.
And the Voltarians, you see the Dechi family.
Yeah, all the Dechis.
Akpadechi.
You know Dechi means soup, right?
Yeah, Dechi means soup.
Nice. Absolutely fantastic stuff. So you can see Amadechi represented.
Abobi Tadi and all those.
Absolutely.
Wow.
So all of that. And then now what we've also done is that each of the various villages have anchor vendors.
Okay.
People who we've companied with over the years, and have shown that they have the capacity to provide. If you don't get some classic meals from the Akan village in any other place within the village, as for the anchor vendor, you will find there.
Oh, okay.
If you go to the northern village, you are looking for some special dishes, and you can't find it anywhere in the village. When you go to the anchor vendor, you will get it there.
Wow.
So we have anchor vendors for each of the villages.
Wow.
Both the northern, Akan, and southern village. We have anchor vendors, and then we have other vendors as well who are all there to give their very best of what is Ghana best dishes.
Wow, I just can't wait for 28th and 29th because we've actually taken it a top notch higher, a notch higher, and we are bringing you nothing but the best from the Efwasanana Children's Park, like Kweku David explained. It's a bigger space, and I like the fact that it's a very big space. So you have enough parking space, you have the security is top notch, you have you can buy whatever you want to buy there. Now, let's look at people coming in with their children. I know sometimes they are asking, hey, this kind of places, if I come with my children. As part of the organizers, what will you tell viewers?
No, I mean, we provided, and over the years we've done it. Last year we did it, the year before we did it. We always cater for the kids. So there'll be a kids corner as usual, you know, where they can, they can play bouncy castle, other people, and there are supervisors there to look after the kids, to make sure that everybody's safe. You know, so that's there, and it's a family event. So why not bring them anyway? You know, because maybe you ate it in your grandmother's house, but that is their great grandmother's house, and they never met the person.
But funny how
they never went to the village.
Funny how most of the children, I can say the Gen Zs are moving away from the traditional meals, and they are now doing noodles, and they are doing rice.
Because they are easy to fix meals.
Exactly.
They are easy to fix meals. Our meals are more artisanal. They are, you know, it takes time to create the meals. You know, some of these other meals, they are fast food kind of instant type of meals. So it's easier to prepare, right? Less of a headache. So if you're a lazy cook or you don't know how to cook,
you can do that.
You can still eat. You see, So, but it's important for us to draw our children back into the experiences that we had when we were kids.
Back to our roots.
Back to our roots, you know. And at least, if for nothing at all, give them something to remember, to say that mommy and daddy said this is what they used to enjoy, and it's so nice. And you'll be very surprised about how much pressure they'll start giving mommy in the house. That you want to prepare, give us more of this. You know, the last time we went Back to Your Village Food Festival, we had this thing over there.
And we want it again. So as mommy is coming, mommy has to package more and take home. Mommy, if possible, mommy will now have to do some sort of networking so that mommy can take the contacts of the people.
And you can get the contacts of all these people, you know,
and get more.
And get them to provide, you know, and all of that. It's going to be amazing.
Interesting. Now, as we are wrapping up on the conversation now, to the vendors again, because we do not want last minute thing.
No.
That people will say that, okay, fine, we watched, we were actually waiting, but as we called, we were told the slots have run out. Then it went to the vendors again.
Yes, absolutely. So again, we don't have unlimited slots. Yes, it's true that the space is bigger, but we don't have unlimited slots. And whatever happens is first come, first serve. You know, so ideally call the number again. It's 0205 973 973. Call that number, and someone will walk you through how to get on board and become a vendor for the event, right? Be a part of the experience. And everybody who's been a part of the experience always wants to come back. Everybody who has been a part of the experience, if you've ever experienced, always wants to come back.
With city events, Caravan events, I really don't know whether there is some sort of Maggi inside or I really don't know. Like people would want to have a taste of it every now and then. So some sort of spice in there and all that. They go and they want to come back.
Well,
even looking at the Heritage Caravan, most of the people that you see I've participated 5 times. This is my 6th time. This is my 7th time, and all that.
Some people have been as many as 9 times.
Really?
Yeah.
And they're still going.
9 times.
Wow.
Yeah. So
anyway,
I mean, I think there's something in the way we curate the events. You know, that excites a lot of our viewers and our listeners.
Well, thank you so much for your time. He has spoken extensively about the Back to Your Village Food Festival that is happening 28th and 29th of March 2026. This month, which is the ending of the month, you want to bring your kids there so they will have a feel of the traditional meals that they may have not tasted before. And you, as an adult, maybe the food you were eating in your village that you've not had in a very long time, please come and experience it and have that feeling before we end the Heritage Month. But as we were talking about the Heritage Caravan, for us here, we promised you one thing, that we will bring you sight and sounds of whatever is happening on the Caravan. So let's check out few videos of what the Caravanites have been doing.
Toys of the breed, which are brought result. Toys of the breed, and the sweat of the labor. Toys of the breed, which are brought result. Vampire Ghana, land of freedom, freedom. Ghana, Toils of the brave, which are brought result. Toils of the brave and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which have brought result. Toils of the brave and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which have brought result. Land of freedom, freedom. We now have freedom. Everybody. Toils of the brave and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which have brought result. Toils of the brave and the sweat of their labor. Toys of the brave, we don't brought result. And Chile, Abba, Sinkiriba. Aha, the drums are talking. Balogo drums. Ume, Dauta, Sapepe, Onyode. Osi Susubribi Papabi, Fabua Ghana. Let's do this together. Alright. A one, a two, a three, break it down. Susubribi Pebi, Fabua Ghana. Nagana Beyo, Enyo, if you know what I want, Pampe, Susubribi Pebi, Fabua Ghana. Nagana Beyo, Enyo, if you know what I want, Susubribi Pebi, Fabua Ghana. Nagana Beyo, Enyo, if you know what I want. Mangana, Adeshe Mama, Mama, so Yamfa be a boy, your dog, Yamfan, so ye may. If it's all my, Yankasa Japadia, Yanana Numdi, I better say, Ejid to Homayan. Enti as a man who say, and some Ghana, ye. And yes, I bet that chinchrimba will be baby from Quambayan, so baby, Fabua Ghana. Not gonna be you, and you if you so baby, Fabua Ghana. Not gonna be you, and you if you me mangana. I wish Mama, Mama, so young Fabia, your dog, young fan, so my may. If it's all my, young Casa Japadia. Nana Numdi, I better say, Ejid to Homayan. Enti as a man who say, and some Ghana, ye. And yes, I bet that chinchrimba will be baby, and for Papa and Clay. So baby, Fabua Ghana. Not gonna be you, and you if you so baby, Fabua Ghana. Not gonna be you. You Kunsu Nimpapemo, won't find your mind. In Contompon Conconsa, won't find your mind. Anyhow, the Corono, and also won't find your mind. Pesemin Comenyanso, and also won't find your mind. Enti as a man who say, and some Ghana, ye. And yes, I bet that chinchima will be baby, and for Papa. So baby, Fabua Ghana. Not gonna be you, and you if you go be a man. So baby, Fabua Ghana. Not gonna be you, and you if you me mangana. I wish Mama, Mama, so young Fabia, your dog, young fan, so may. If it's all my. Casa Japadia, Yanana Numdi, I better say, Ejid to Homayan. Enti as a man who say, and some Ghana, ye. And yes, I bet that chinchrimba will be baby, and for Quampayan, so baby, Fabua Ghana. Not gonna be you, and you will feel me. You're going to be my so baby, Fabua Ghana. Kunsu Nimpapemo, won't find your mind. In Contomponing Conconsa, won't find your mind. Anyhow, the Chrono, and also won't find your mind. Pesemin Kuminyanso, and also won't find your mind. Songa, and yes, I bet that chinchima or the baby we are from Quamba and Clay. So, baby, Fabwakana, Nakana, you, and you're a baby, and what it may. So, baby, Fabwakana, Nakana, you, and you're a baby, into the sea. Shake it, rock it, shake it, and Trene Casa, Gome, Balogo, Delta, a woman sounds to das here, on your day, Siriba, Singiriba, Siriba, Singiriba, Kiriba. Let's do this together. A one, a two, a three. I want Ghana. I want Ghana to come and dance for me. I want Cuba. I want Cuba. I want Ghana. Yeah. I want Ghana to come and dance for me. Cho 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 cha la cha cho cho to come and dance for me. Cho 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 cha la cha cho to come and dance for me. I want Ghana. I want Ghana to come and dance for me. I want Cuba. I want Cuba. I want Ghana. Yeah. I want Ghana to come and dance for me. Cho 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 cha la cha cho to come and dance for me. Cho cho cha la cha
And it's been amazing, interesting, and you've seen where the Caravanites have been, and we'll definitely tell you where they are going now later on at the show. Or maybe we'll bring you more sights and sounds of where they are touring. It's an interesting journey from 1st March to 8th of March. So if this is actually whetting your appetite for you to be part of it next year, then you should start saving, because it's going to be an interesting one. Maybe the 11th edition. This is the 10th edition. A very big thank you to all the Caravanites and all the sponsors that made it for us to bring you this live on TV and also on radio, and also to the sponsors that also made it possible for this program or this project to actually happen. Now it's time for us to bring you the Heritage on Air series, and today, like you are seeing on the screen, we are bringing something about the gospel, choir, and community music, and church music as a cultural force, choir traditions and mass choir, music as social healing and unity. And Fema Edunyame is sitting with Dr. Patrick Alfred Adakwe, who is the senior lecturer, music department of the University of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy the conversation with Fema Edunyame and Doc.
Agro.
We are very, very delighted, to be coming your way this day on the Heritage Month series. This week, we are looking at music. Ghanaians love our music. We can't talk about our heritage without bringing in our music. We have grown, we have evolved when it comes to music, from the traditional rhythms, coming to the high life, through to the hip life era, to Afrobeat and everything in between. Today, on the sound of our identity, we are looking at the gospel music, the choirs, the community music and everything about it. We've brought in fact, we have dragged in one man who is just the perfect person to be telling us about this. He has studied it, he has practiced it, and he is an authority in this. I'm Fema Edunyame, and my guest today is Dr. Alfred Patrick Adakwe, who is a senior lecturer, Department of Music at the University of Ghana. Now, right after this break, Doc will be joining us and we'll have our conversation.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Hey, Dr. Ramsey.
Hey, how's it going?
It's good. So when the patients come in, I usually say, we only do regular cleanings if your mouth is healthy, which means you don't have a lot of hard plaque buildup underneath your gum or above your gum line. You don't see a lot of bleeding when you're brushing or flossing. There's no shaky teeth, no inflammation going on.
Right. And if they do have all those things that you mentioned, then they need to have a different type of cleaning, which is called a deep cleaning or periodontal therapy. Also could be called scaling and root planning. Sounds a little bit scary, but it's not. Basically, you have a lot of hardened plaque underneath the gum line where you can't see with your eyes. And that bacteria is causing an infection. and that's what's causing the gums to puff up and bleed. Some people notice bad breath odor that they, no matter how they brush, they floss, it won't go away.
Healthy smile.
You're welcome back to The Sound of Our Identity, and we are looking today at our gospel music, community music, our choirs, you know. How have they performed over the years? How do they influence us? And how do we see their cultural relevance and also their impact on all of us? How do we heal from music and unite with same? Doc, you are very welcome.
Hi.
It's been a billion years.
And there is something so special about you. You do not change. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you are the one to interview me, but let me first ask you a question. I'm sure there is something you are doing right. You do not change. What is it? Don't tell me the grace of God. That one is there.
Beyond the grace of God,
yes.
I think it's the apim and the kobe.
Oh, are you serious?
I'm very serious. You know, apim and kobe and you know, pepper and eggs.
Okay, that's
my
nice.
favorite meal.
Oh, okay, so you don't do a lot of red meat and.
No, not really.
Okay,
yeah,
sure.
I mean, from Kumasi, born and bred in Kumasi.
Oh, yummy oho.
What's Masi? In Kakra Kakra.
Yes.
You know, as a Putoshi Egum Kakra. You know, Apem Kakra. But you haven't changed either.
Well, you are telling me. I don't know.
No, you haven't at all. At all. I'm glad we brought you in here today for you to talk about what you do best. You know, talking music. But today we are looking at the gospel side of things. You know. We consider ourselves people who fear God in whichever way you look at it, and we don't take our church activities lightly at all as a people, although there are other things that we do on the side. But on Sundays, you know, we give it to God. We all know that we have to give that reverence to God. So, Doc, I want us to be looking at the church music and as a cultural force, church music as a cultural force. To begin with, let's look at church music. When we talk about church music, what exactly are we talking about?
You know, church music has really been broadened. When it started, it was just about the historical mission churches, what the normal person would say Orthodox church, you know.
So the Methodists.
The Methodists, the Presby's, but of course, all of us are from Catholic. So the Catholic music was the pure church music. So even as at now, when scholars are writing about church music, most of them still talk about that kind of music.
Right.
However, church music has broadened in such a way that even Sunsunsori kind of music is still church music, unless, of course, unless we don't accept Sunsunsori as a church.
Yeah.
You know. So church music has been very broad. Now, even in gospel, you mentioned gospel. What is gospel now?
Yeah.
We have Afrobeat gospel, we have reggae gospel, we have high life, even rap gospel and all.
Yeah.
So now gospel has woven into different genres. Unlike how it started.
Right.
So in music, one of the problems with labeling in music is that as time changes, others also come into it. They interweave or they inculcate this into it. Then it becomes very difficult to define.
Right.
So to define church music now, I can tell you that at the scholarly level, it is, even scholars are struggling to define what church music is, because now we have various, even in Ghana, we have various churches, you know. But I think that for now, I would say that church music is music played in the church. However, let me also ask a question. Someone may also play music which is not necessarily biblical, but listening to the entire music, it speaks about God.
Yeah.
So is that one also church music?
So I don't know, but I was going to ask. So is it the music or the person performing the music?
That is where the confusion is.
Yeah.
Because you see, I quite remember in somewhere 95, I've forgotten, when Lumba released Mesum Jesus,
Yeah.
it was not accepted
Yes.
by the Christians. Let's be frank.
Yeah.
If I say accepted, it was not performed in churches. You know, maybe that is why he went back to play there. So at times, I think it is the person thinking that this is a gospel musician. But I don't believe it is the person. I think it is the message.
Right.
And the message does not necessarily have to be biblical. You know, I think it must really speak about what God stands for.
Right.
His likes, his dislikes and all. So it's not about the personality.
So let's go back to, you know, you mentioned church music originated from the Orthodox churches.
Historical mission.
Okay.
Churches,
I want give us example So we are talking about which kind of songs here?
All right. So if you are looking at the Catholic masses, where they have the Kyrie, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. That was a pure church music, yes, which started from the Renaissance period and all, where they were doing Latin works and all that. Where later on, of course, there were English hymns and all that.
Yeah.
And the Anglicans and Methodists also popularized the English hymns and all that.
I went to St. Monica's, which is an Anglican school, and I remember, you go there, you have to learn the throughout all ages, well without end.
Amen.
The Lord be with you. I mean, all that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so that was the pure church music at that time.
But the Methodists have quite an interesting twist to it. They do the Christ Little Band and they do all that. So you hear some old woman from the back will get up and, tell us about when Jesus and his disciples were moving on and all that.
Yes. The Christ Little Band Ebibinyum is a pure traditional practice that was woven into the church.
Okay.
That was what Ephraim was always fighting for, and he couldn't get it before he died. I'm sure he'll be very happy now what some of the things that are happening in the church. Yeah, so that is a borrowed genre from the traditional practice into the Methodist
So that is
church,
not originally the church.
No, that's not the original. But it's also it's now church music.
Yeah, because now it's accepted and we do it.
Exactly. So now if we have even hip hop and we hear Christ will save you.
Yeah.
Christ is our cornerstone. I know most reverend ministers will think that because it is from the fundamentals of hip-hop, it ceases to be church music. But if you are to ask me, I would say yes, it is church music based on the text. Because for vocal music, the text is the emphasis.
Right.
So we forget about all other influences. That is my thought though, So church music is still very difficult to define.
But when you look at the Catholics and Anglicans and all that, it was pretty much a call and respond kind of something, with the music.
Yeah, antiphony sort of.
Yeah, but now the choirs also came in, or has it always been like that?
Catholic churches were very smart enough to know that if they do not understand the different traditions and keep on doing their Latin thing, the church will not grow. So after a particular period, they allowed all traditions to create their own music. So it was no more the call and response again. So now in Tamale, they do their traditional music with the xylophones and all that at that Catholic church. In Kenya, they do so. Now Catholic church has diversity in terms of music. You understand? So it is not only the call and response. Call and response. Now music itself has been diversified, including church music. Yeah.
Now, when you go to the charismatic churches today, it is quite different. They do the choirs strictly. Yeah, I don't know how it has evolved to now dealing with the choirs itself. And even in modern day Christianity or modern churches, you still have that. And the younger people today even do it differently. So we still have that choirs. And where do we place the mass choirs,
Okay, so mass choir, when we are talking about a mass choir, at times people think it is the number that makes it a mass choir. Not at all. The number massive and all that. A mass choir is a collection of different choirs coming together at a particular event or something. But when it's a church choir, and let's say there are about 200, that one could be, you could call it a large choir, but it's not a mass choir.
Right.
The concept of a mass choir is a collection. But now one argument one will also raise, okay, what if we have about 5 choirs and their number is about 40? Is that also a mass choir? In reality, it is still a mass choir because a mass choir, it was created for, for events where maybe a big church may have different denominations or different branches and all their choirs come together to do something.
That is a mass choir.
That is a mass choir, but a large choir is not a mass choir, A large choir can be in a church. And therefore, so I don't know the mass choir you are asking, whether it's the numbers you are looking at or the collection.
Well, I'm glad you've defined this because a lot of people will consider the numbers to be the mass choirs.
Okay.
So we needed to know the difference between the choir and the mass choir. So you can have 1,000 people in one choir, and that is the choir.
Exactly. It's a
when we
choir of
have
the church,
like 4 people here, 5 people, different choir, 10 people here, they come together to form
a mass
the
choir.
mass choir.
Exactly, for an event, for a particular purpose. So though they are coming from different places, they have different ideologies, but at some point they have to come together and do something together, and afterwards they go back to their various branches.
Right.
So at the point they are singing together, it forms a mass choir.
What is their influence anyway? So we go to church and all that. The choir, what do they add to the whole thing?
You know, you realize that most of the times the choir starts with the so-called worship and all. You know, I know Ghana worship means slow.
Slow, so
means
we are dancing
fast or something. But actually, worship and praise has got nothing to do with tempo. It's the text.
It's the text, exactly.
But you let me take it that they start with the worship, as we said, you know, just to create the mood, because music has a way of creating moods. And at the point where people are listening to the music, now the text of the music and the instruments and the beauty of the harmony and all that has a way of letting people even imagine heaven. Some will say, I listen to music and I start imagining heaven. So the choir creates a very important atmosphere in such a way that some ministers even want the choir to sing before they preach because of that atmosphere they create. So that atmosphere, at times, we want to take it for granted as if it is nothing, you know. But actually, it is very, very important, because I can imagine, and I remember once in sorry, I will not mention his name. Once in sorry, pastor, whether pastor or reverend minister or so said that he doesn't really need music in his church. Later on, he came back and was crying that young boys are more quiet. So you could see that now he realized that he needed something to create an atmosphere. You know, so I think it is more of an atmospheric thing. And then the reverend minister also gives the word and all.
But there's also something called community music. Which one is that?
So when we are talking about, of course, every group of people can be referred to as community. Even the whole of Channel 1 is a community. So a church is also a community. But however, how it started, you know, community actually, when you're talking about community music at the scholarly level, we are looking at music in a particular society.
Right.
You know, normally it's outside the church, you know. Music in a particular tradition where they play, and such community music are mostly participatory, you know. But the question someone will also ask is, but in a church, everyone participates. But you also know that in a church, sometimes we sit and watch the choir to sing. So the emphasis on community music is its participatory level of it. And it's mostly in a community, a tradition. So for instance, when you go to Volta region and they are playing their abaja, you realize that it is not like the Western classical music where everyone has to sit and listen.
It's not a concert.
No, it's not a concert. Everyone joins in, you know. If it's singing, they all join. So that is more of community music. It's not for one person. The emphasis is also not on the composer, performer, as the Westerner does it, you know. It's inclusive. That's community music.
So when you go to the shores and you find the fishermen, you know, pulling their net and all that, they sing. That is community music.
That's community music. It's a community of fishermen, you know.
Give us example. Dog, I know you sing. So I want you to do something. So give us an example.
But you gave an example, like the sisimbum, tabumbum, you know, and even in Adwa music and all that, you know, there are saying that one thing with the African is that the African may keep quiet and watch community music or traditional music if he doesn't know.
Exactly.
So at times there are times you go to a king's court or any traditional event and you realize people sitting and watching the dancers, and it means they don't know the music. But once they know the music, they will join in. You understand? So that is what makes it the community. However, as I mentioned from the beginning, as the world was growing, you know, at first church music was not necessarily community music. Most of the times they were watching the choir sing as we do. Once in a while, they join in and out. But now, when you go to the charismatic church, from the beginning to the end of the service, everyone participates. So someone will ask whether that is also community music. It's community music in a way, but we are looking at the beginning and epistemology of what is known really, as community music, you know. But naturally, community music is participatory music or inclusive music. That's it. Yeah.
Right. So we'll just take a little breather here. When we come back, I want us to look at what these music really do to us as a people. This is the sound of our identity. We are looking at our, you know, choirs. We are looking at community music. We are looking at Christian music in general. My guest here is Dr. Alfred Patrick Adakwe, and he is a senior lecturer at University of Ghana, Legon. I'm Frema Edunyame. We'll be right back.
Healthy smile.
Good morning, Raquel. Fresh brewed coffee for you.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Maya.
Oh, you're welcome.
But coffee, tea, red wine, those things cause so much stain on our teeth. But I like to tell my patients that cosmetic whitening is a great, safe, effective way to brighten your teeth, like 4 to 6 shades lighter. So it's important to come in to get an assessment on your teeth to make sure you're a good candidate for whitening, because we want to make sure you have a good foundation.
Yes, I definitely agree. Like you said, and it could be done right here at Bethel Dental.
I also like to make sure patients realize you need to get your whitening done by a licensed dentist or dental hygienist. So that way you can make sure you're getting the correct product, it's safe, you don't get any burning on your gums, you don't get any sensitivity with your teeth. So those things are super important when you're looking for a place to whiten.
Yes, so why wait? Schedule your appointment today.
Healthy smile.
You're welcome back. This is the sound of our identity. We are still in our Heritage Month, and my guest here is Dr. Alfred Patrick Adakwe. We are talking music. In fact, he is music. Doc, you know, before I almost said Rev. You know, maybe I'm prophesying.
Amen, amen,
now,
amen.
prophecies, you don't joke with them, you know. Before we went on the break, we spoke about church music. We were just on community music. Now, I want us to look at music as social healing, you know, and unity. How does that play?
Okay, so let's first deal with the social healing.
Right.
Then we talk about unity. At times, people think healing means healing a sick only, you know. But healing is very broad, you know. For instance, I'm just giving an example.
Right.
If I want to go and commit suicide, and I hear Sarkodier's rap, that's it. Now, you pause and listen. Then I pause. Then I be like, I don't know what is happening there. So that one, I have been healed from the thoughts of suicide. And at times, you want something to draw you closer to God. And you listen to a particular kind of music and it draws you closer. At that time, you have been healed in one way or the other. And of course, so in the healing, we have intentional and deliberate healing. That is the music therapy, where we have some kinds of music that they intentionally play and they have systems, you know, in place to heal the sick or anyone. However, there is nothing like a general music that heals anybody. You know, forget about the Westerner that said Mozart's music helps children to be brilliant and all those things. They are all fallacies. Because that Mozart music will do nothing to a child in Sugakupe, actually. A child
maybe, you know, the rhythm and, you know, all that. It puts you in a certain...
Let me tell you, at times, if you are listening to a particular music that you are not used to, no matter how beautiful it is and no matter the intention of the composer, you will not be healed because you don't even understand. You can't even resonate. So when you are talking about music to play even in the hospital, there is no one music that will, because that pure village hospital, that pure village man that is sick and needs some music to really heal him, you can't be playing Mozart's symphony, you understand? So even that healing is also contextual and it is cultural, you know? And talking about unity, you know, all those sayings are myths that we musicians created ourselves just to defend music. But as I was growing, I realized that can we keep on lying to defend music, that music brings unity.
It doesn't?
You and I know that even in the choir, there are a lot of people quarreling in the choir. Within
True.
instrumentalists, they are
Yes,
quarreling.
yes.
You have a choir in city, and you know that it has always not been. So where is that unity from? The unity we are talking about in music is not moral unity.
Okay.
It's musical unity, the coherence. At some point where though you all have your differences, but when you come together to sing, you sing as one. You sing with one rhythm. You sing beautifully. So the heartbeats, the music and the synchronization of the music is where the unity is. But afterwards, you go and solve your differences here and there, you know. So music creates musical unity. Or let's say synchronizing unity, but not moral unity.
But you know when you hear na 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 or yeah or when you hear it doesn't matter who you are. Is that not unity?
No.
NDC people dance with it. NP people, when you play that at a party, everybody gets up. I think when the rhythm is good, we also forget our differences.
That one is there, but that one is the beauty of the music that is drawing us together. But afterwards, if I'm MPP, I'll continue to be MPP. It's not the sprr that will make
the moment the music
MPP.
ends now, then you remember that. You can, why am I standing here with you?
It's the beauty of the music that brings us together. Right. So it is musical unity, but we shouldn't pretend as if music brings us together where NDCs and MPPs sing to God be the glory together. Because of that, it has created unity.
No.
Meanwhile, you know, it is not. There are many myths in music that are not factual. I think that there are better ways to defend music than to use social healing and unity and music.
So
brings
like what?
Oh, but there are, because you see, everyone listens to music.
Yes.
You see, so at least it's nice to have an idea of some of the components that go into the music. Because when you are playing an instrument, the feeling, the emotional. When I'm playing the keyboard and singing, what I feel, I doubt anyone else feels the same thing unless the person is in there.
Yeah.
And that is my healing. It does a whole lot of things for me, you know. But it's not like because of that I'm creating unity or because of that I'm creating social healing. Meanwhile, I know what I'm playing may not be effective in Northern region. I gave an example that I went to Northern region and they were playing music at a particular traditional ceremony.
Yeah.
And then I was asking myself whether I'm a musician because what they were playing...
You were lost.
Yes, I was lost actually. And if they
it wasn't a piano.
No. It wasn't a piano because of my background.
Exactly.
You know, if they had called me, I wouldn't have performed because I can make anymore. So it means that at that point, music is cultural. You understand? So I don't think we have... The myths in music, I think we have to relook at them.
Probably it's also because sometimes you just can't define what music does.
It's difficult to define music.
Yeah.
Music itself is now being difficult to define. I mean, forget about all what you see in the Oxford Dictionary and all that. Today I was reading a dictionary that said music is a sound that is pleasing to the ear. So if you hear any music that is not pleasing to your ear, it's no more music, you know?
It's noise.
And this kind of definition is very dangerous because now it is not even allowing us to explore different types of music.
Right.
Because we think once we hear something,
I must understand.
You must, and it's not true.
No.
You know. So, but we are still working on it. I prefer the word sonic relationality. Sonic is sound. Relationality is all the things that are connected to the sound. So it is not just about the music. You know. That is how come. Those days, we music teachers, the mistake we were making, we go to the classroom, our concentration is just the music. We draw the treble, clef, and the notes and all that. And it becomes difficult for the students to understand because the whole thing is that even those things we are drawing, they are connected to society. But our concentration is on the music. But there are many things connected to music.
Yes, yes.
For sure.
In wrapping up, Doc, tell us, what our choirs are doing today, are they still relevant that like they used to be in times past? Have they evolved, you know, adding so much even to what their influence and their impact is today?
They have really evolved. Even this topic of a choir being evolved and all that is still personal. Someone might have listened to Elder Mreku's music and repented. And that person may feel that because of that, Elder Mreku's kind of music is the music that repents people.
Yeah.
You know, It is from a particular era. And so that era, they will never ever appreciate what the current era is doing. And what the current era is also doing, they will never appreciate. It is generational.
Right.
It goes on and on. But if you are to ask me, I would say it has evolved so much because now even looking at the kind of instruments we are using in church.
Yeah.
At first, when I was growing, most churches were just clapping and singing.
Or wooden clappers or the maracas.
With no instrument. We thought because we were Africans, not knowing says you know.
Yeah.
So it has really evolved.
Right.
Looking at the singing style, even the dressing of the choirs, you know, it has changed from the normal black and white to, you know, diversity.
Now we're even doing jeans and stuff like that, doing casual stuff and all that.
And they are all part of the music, you know, because even looking at the background and the kind of quality that comes in it has really evolved in different ways.
Doc, thank you very much. We've been educated, so now at least when we talk about church music, the choirs, community music, as a healing tool, as a tool of unity, we really understand what that means. But as Doc put it, you know, music is a personal appreciation of, I mean, whatever it comes with. It ministers to people individually, whether it is a choir singing, whether it is in the community music, whether it is an individual doing the ministration. We receive it individually, although we find ourselves in groups. And so how you would appreciate music will be different from how I will appreciate music. And the healing process is also very different. Doc, thank you very much. We truly appreciate you for coming. And thank you also very much. We're still in the Heritage Month. And today we're looking at church music, choirs, community music. My guest has been the amazing, you know, the talented Dr. Patrick Adakwe. Alfred is in there as well. Dr. Alfred Patrick Adakwe, he is a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana Music Department. I'm Frema Edunyame. Thank you for watching.
Agro.
So that was an interesting conversation there from Dunyami and Dr. Adakwe. I'm sure you've learned a lot because I have learned a lot as well. We're bringing you a lot more on the show and in our subsequent days, you know, as the Heritage Month. But now we are going to talk about comfort. I'm sure maybe you may have heard of it, and the fact that International Women's Day is also somewhere in there. We will bring you conversation on that. But in studio for us to talk about that is Margaret Notop, who is the Comfort Program Officer and KAMA member. Thank you so much for coming. And also we have Vida Akan Yaminyom, who is the Deputy National Chairperson for KAMA Ghana. Thank you so much for coming, madam. And first of all, I know both of you are beneficiaries of comfort.
Sure.
Let me ask you, what is comfort?
Okay, so Comfort is an international NGO. We work to promote girls' education and young women empowerment.
Beautiful. And you have an association name there.
Yes.
So let me ask you the association. That is KAMA, right? Tell us about it.
Yeah, so KAMA, which is Comfort Association. We are a network of young women. We are one supported by Comfort. And we are committed to giving back to our communities through advocacies, community sensitizations, and philanthropy.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Wow. But I'm sure you would want to share with us how you benefited from Comfort.
Yes.
So share with us that, and let's know really what went into it by way of getting some sort of benefit from Comfort.
Okay, thank you. So personally, I was supported at tertiary. I received the MasterCard Foundation Tertiary Scholarship at Comfort in 2013. I was part of the first cohort. Yeah, shout outs to the cohort ones who benefited. Yeah, so I was supported with my tuition fees.
Oh, wow.
I was supported with my accommodation. I received stipend. I also received a laptop. Aside from these, I also had the opportunity to participate in leadership trainings, capacity building trainings, as well as mentorship trainings. Yes, so having been a beneficiary of the support, it has actually made me or helped me to realize more of what I am worth. Yes, it has actually also helped me to realize more of what I'm capable of doing for myself, my family, and my community at large.
And Margaret, what can you also tell us? How did you benefit from Comfort?
Yes, so similar to Vida, I also got a tertiary support.
Oh, nice.
Yes. And beyond the financial support that paid my tuition, I also received mentorship and leadership training skills. And that helped me to unleash my passion for development work. Hence, I now work with the organization where I can also give back the benefits of my education to other young people.
So, which you were actually giving back.
Yes.
So this question is to both of you again. How are you supporting the younger girls that are coming up? By what way? You have said a few things that you are doing. If you can also give us details of how you are helping the other girls that are coming up.
As a network of young women that received educational support, we also identify other young people in the community that are suffering in school, those that are having issues with getting the basic needs they need. We do give out philanthropy to them. We identify maybe the person need a pen, a book, we put resources together, and out of our own will, we give those support to them. Additionally, we do offer mentorship support, like I mentioned earlier. Once you become a beneficiary of Comfort, you yourself will be mentored, and once you come out, you also get opportunity to mentor other young people so that they can relate well with you. So indirectly, we become peer mentors to learners in our communities.
What did you study in the university?
I did management studies at UCC.
UCC?
Yes, please.
Oh, wow. So when you were there, Comfort was sorting you out.
Exactly.
And you,
so I attended University of Health and Allied Sciences.
Okay.
Yes.
UHAS. In Ho?
Ho.
Yeah. That's nice. So I'm done the question to you, Margaret. Okay. I know Comfort is not only in Ghana, you are in other countries as well, or you call it regions.
Yes.
If you'd want to share with us details.
Yes, so
that.
Currently Comfort operates in 6 African countries, and we are in Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Kenya, and of course Ghana. Yes, and in all these countries, the beneficiaries come together to form the Comfort Association. So the association is not only in Ghana, but it's a global network of young women that are giving back the benefits of our education to our communities in several ways.
Beautiful. Now let's tie it into the International Women's Day. Vida, what are some of the activities you are doing to commemorate the International Women's Day, and which day exactly is it?
Yes, so International Women's Day is actually on 8th March. Yeah, so as part of the commemoration, we are here today having this TV television engagement, and also we are looking forward to having various radio engagements back at our district levels. We'll also be having community sensitizations on women empowerment. We'll also be looking at having advocacies that would champion causes that would support women capacity building activities. Yeah, so other activities like skills trainings, where we would have women involved to offer these trainings for them to get something handy doing with their lives, and then in that instance, helping them to attain financial independence through these skills trainings. So these are some of the things we are looking at doing to commemorate the day at the district level.
At the district level.
Yes.
And would you want to add up to it, Margaret? What are some of the skills that you are looking at training these women or these girls in?
All right, so we are looking at baking, beading, fashion and design, and a whole lot. Those that are relatable to our communities, whereby they can get the resources they need. Because the objective is that after you receive the skills, you should be able to start something with it. So we are looking at giving them tailored support that can help them.
Wow,
yeah,
interesting.
Make good use of it.
Always when I interview people who are beneficiaries of Comfort, I keep asking this question, that how can one be part of the association? Is it that you have a way of choosing people who join the association? Or how can one position him or herself to be part of the association?
Okay. So like I mentioned earlier, Comfort Ghana works to support young women through school. So we work with institutions, schools, where we identify students that need educational support. So our basic criteria is the need level. So you may have a class of about 40 students, and out of the 40, maybe 10 of them are lacking some basic necessities that would help them stay in school. So together with the school authorities and other stakeholders in the communities, we identify these students with the special needs, and then we select them onto our program. And once the person receives the support, the person stands the chance of becoming a Comfort Association member. Yeah,
Wow.
someday.
So currently in Ghana, how many beneficiaries do you have?
Yes, so in terms of the network, we have over 70,000 Comfort Association members. And in terms of the clients,
Ghana?
Yes, please.
Yes.
We are over
70,000?
Yes, please.
Over 70,000.
Across where?
Across the country, yes. As an organization, we operate in 46 districts in 12 regions, but our clients who are now the association members are all over the country. Yes, please.
Wow. So do you often visit them, if I'll put it that way, or what are some of the things you do? Well, they are beneficiaries, but you are with the association and all that. What are some of the activities you do by way of maybe keeping on engaging them, telling them to study and all that? I know when it comes to these things, you also look at your academics and all that.
Sure.
You being with the association, what are some of the things you do to keep check of these skills?
Yes, so we do have regular meetings. Vida is an executive.
Oh, so she can also talk about it.
She's a cluster leader. We have clusters which grow to become districts and then the national level. So we are always having meetings. We do activities together, and I think Vida should be able to.
Yeah, Vida. So share with us,
things.
and also tell us most of the things that, or the questions that when you go, some of the things that are bothering the girls, what they've been telling you, and all that.
Yes. So let me just use myself as an example. I was once supported. Yeah. So we just do similar, or we let me say replicate what we went through. Yeah. So whilst I was supported, or during the time I was receiving the support, we had the opportunity to receive mentorships and trainings. So whilst we have these current girls that are being supported, we do visit them. We have what we call the Girls Club in the various senior high schools. Even at the tertiary level, those who are receiving the support at the tertiary level, they also have an association at the various schools, the various partner schools, where they meet, and then they have mentorship programs, they have capacity building programs, and then as well have to get the opportunity to explore other opportunities that can be beneficial as career path guidance courses and all of that can be beneficial to them in school. So at the senior high school level like this, we have some of our CAMA professionals that normally go visit the students or visit the girls to offer their experiences and then motivate them and then share what they went through just to help them stay inspired to be in school.
Interesting. Before someone becomes part of your association, you sort of engage their parents and maybe seek the consent of their parents. Do you do some sort of background check, you know, the needy and all that? What are some of the processes that you go through to ensure that you are getting somebody who is really in dire need of funds or maybe help?
Yes, so with the selection process, yes, so we have a series of processes that are involved. So at the secondary level, we have engagement with the school. We have representatives in the school called teacher mentors. So we work directly with the teacher mentors because they know the students in person. So with that, we roll out forms, they pick up the forms, and then we conduct interviews, asking series of questions, and then also go ahead to have home visits to actually ascertain that this person or this individual deserves the support. So these are the processes that take place for one to be selected.
Oh, you
so
want to add
Margaret?
Yes, so in addition to the teacher mentors, we have our district education committees. These are stakeholders within the educational field that also help us in identifying the clients. And of course, we do get consent from parents. There are times we do home visits to the potential clients to ascertain whether indeed the person is indeed needy before we bring the person on board. And once we select the clients, we do have parents forum where we interact with the parents and share with them what package we have in stock for their awards. Then we partner with them to ensure that the clients indeed receive their support and then they stay in school and make good use of it.
I keep hearing secondary school, tertiary. Isn't there anything for basic?
We do have support at the basic level.
Tell
as
us
well.
about it.
So currently we do have support for junior high school clients, and as part of the support we do give them uniforms, books, stationery in general, school bag and other things. Yes, so we do have support at the junior high school. We currently have about 478 junior high schools we are working with in Ghana.
Beautiful, beautiful. This is interesting for you to come up and be doing this. And you've been doing this for a very long time. But around or within the country, you said you are in 12 regions, right?
Yeah.
Which of the regions will you say that you have a lot of beneficiaries there?
That would be Northern region, because we started off in the Northern region, and we currently have about 11 districts in the Northern region that are on our support. So we have majority of our clients in the Northern region.
And actually, in the northern part of the country, maybe you have been there.
Yeah.
What are some of the things you think that can be done to help the girl child? Still, though Comfort is trying to do its best to ensure that at least we get the best for the girl child. But from where you sit, what do you think that can actually be done to also augment the effort or the kind of support that you are giving the girl child?
Yes, so the Northern region is known for having issues where most of the young women are sometimes pushed to marry early. And so as part of the support we are given, we would also want to plead that everybody comes on board such that we allow the young women to explore, get themselves educated, get a source of livelihood before they are pushed into marriages.
The early marriage is really happening.
It's still happening, though a lot has gone in terms of advocacy and sensitization. We still have some of those issues happening. And there are also issues of infrastructure deficits in some of the schools, yes. So we are still working with other partners to ensure that the students are able to get all that they need to be able to stay in school.
You want to add to that? I'm really concerned about the early marriage, because we know that it's something that really was in the past. I don't know whether it's really happening now. Now that you're saying that it's actually happening.
Yeah, it's still happening.
Prevalent is it there?
Yeah, together with teenage pregnancy, which is still a canker we are dealing with among young girls in the north. I think it's even across board lately, because we have a whole lot of teenage pregnancy issues arising. So I think, parents should get to understand that, pregnancy shouldn't be the end of your education. So we tend to have issues with parents just pushing their wards to go into marriages just because they mistakenly became pregnant. So parents should actually understand that even with pregnancy, the child or the girl child still deserves the chance to go to school. So parents shouldn't push their wards directly when it happens that they realize that they are pregnant. I think now Ghana Education Service has made it possible that even if the girl child is pregnant, the re-entry policy is there. But then the problem now boils down to the parents. They don't see the need for the child to go back to school because they feel they are wasting their resources, which shouldn't be so. So I think, other organizations and authorities, traditional leaders should actually put it across and let parents understand that that shouldn't be the case. Let's support the girl child in whatsoever possible way, even in times of they mistakenly becoming pregnant.
Wow.
Yes.
You have gone on the ground and you have maybe engaged parents and all that. Are there times that there are really challenges in maybe explaining to the parents that your girl child needs to be educated and that fact that Comfort is into support?
Yes, so from where we are coming from, we have a whole lot personally, or let me say from personal experiences. There are instances where you identify this girl. Yes, you know that the person is struggling, but then you get back visiting the home, but then you realize that the parents don't even believe in the fact that the girl child needs to be in school.
So you've had instances like that?
Oh yes.
If the girl child shouldn't be in school, Then where else should she be?
The husband's house.
Wow.
Yes. So that's a very big challenge when we do not have parents believing in the fact that the girl child deserves to go to school. So it's rampant, especially from where I'm coming from. Even when you offer to support the girl child, then the parents wouldn't want to offer their support in any way.
Margaret, how do you cross that hurdle? Or how do you jump that particular hurdle? How do you solve that problem and say, hey, the girl child must be educated and we are here to support?
Sure. I think as an organization, the model we work with is to ensure that once a client receives support, they don't leave their communities entirely. So we go back. So Vida, for instance, receives support. Today she's a midwife. She's an in charge at her facility.
Which facility?
Okay, so I work at Songo Health Center.
Okay.
In Garutimpani district.
Garutimpani.
Yes.
Wow.
So once the community sees that, oh, this young girl that was with us today has become someone and she's doing so well, she becomes a role model. So we do engage the parents. We let them see the examples, the practical examples, and with that we're able to convince some of them.
Vida, how is Garutimpani? The development there and all that, and also from what you have done for yourself with the help of Comfort, you being a midwife, how is that changing the narrative in your district?
Yes, so me being a midwife and me being at where the community I am today or currently, yes, so the example I've just cited is even from the community that I'm working currently. Yes, so from what I do is to bring some of these young girls together to let them understand that, yes, they would become better people should they pursue their education. And also I serve as a learner guide at Comfort, and what we do is that we are stationed at the various schools in our district where we offer these mentorship programs on periodic basis to students. So we engage the students in the classroom, tell them what they're supposed to do or the skills they need, what they should focus on so that they can be like us or they can be like me. So we use ourselves as an example, telling them. So sometimes I can even go to the extent of saying that when you fall sick and you come, don't you see me at the hospital? Won't you want to be in my position? Yeah, so these are some of the things we do. Yeah, sharing our stories, sharing our experiences, and letting them understand that they can as well be where we are.
Wow, interesting. And you, from which region?
I'm from Northern region.
Northern region. Where?
Tamale.
Tamale.
Yes,
okay, so you've been going back to Tamale.
Yes,
oh, the Caravanites were there, and they've been enjoying a lot of things in Tamale. Anyway, before the two of you take leave of us, I'm sure you have final words you want to say. So let me start with you, Vida. What are your final words for our viewers?
Okay, so I would just like to say shout-outs. Yes, yeah, shout-outs to my colleague, national executives. Yeah, shout-outs to all Comfort Association members. Yeah, shout-outs to my colleagues at work who have stepped in for me to be here. Yeah, shout-outs to all
the way from Garu.
Yes, shout-outs to all Comfort staff. Yes.
Nice one, Margaret.
Okay, so I would like to say that in this year's International Women's Day commemoration, would want to emphasize that there's the need for us to give. And once you give, you're able to gain. Giving to support somebody's education today would go a long way to make the person better off. So we want more people to buy into the idea of supporting girls, and then together we are going to change the world together.
I like the fact that you're also changing the narrative now, that you are getting a lot more girls into school.
Yes.
Because I know that if you have women in education or they are in school, it sort of ends or curbs the teenage pregnancy issue a bit, and we are able to address a few things. So it's a very good work the two of you are doing, and your association and the entire Comfort is actually doing. Thank you so much, Vida. Vida is the Deputy National Chairperson for Kama Ghana, and also Margaret also joined her in studio. There's a Programs Officer and Kama member. Thank you so much, the two of you.
Thank you, Philip, for having us.
We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, we'll wrap up the show in Grand Star. Stay with us.
Agro.
There's a story in every piece. An inspiration waiting to be born as hands come together to craft magic. Born from the stories told on the African continent to reflect true craftsmanship, rich in our culture and heritage. A design hub inspired by African artistry. Everything from contemporary stools to accent tables, we channel the spirit of our local artisans. There is a story in every piece, and we're telling those stories one contemporary piece after the other. Sustainable, handmade, design. Takura. Feel the energy and reconnect with your roots this March at the Back to Your Village Food Festival 2026.
Join us for a celebration of Ghanaian culture and cuisine from all across the country. Northern, Akan, and Southern villages will all be represented. It's more than just food. It's about culture, family, and memories that last a lifetime. Let's come together this March to discover the flavors that make us who we are. The date is 28th and 29th of March 2026. Venue is the A4 Sutherland Children's Park. The time is 10 a.m. through till 6 p.m. each day. Interested vendors can register by calling 0205-973-973. The Back to Your Village Food Festival is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM.
Mention 3 founding fathers of Ghana.
3 founding fathers of Ghana.
Yeah.
Kwame Nkrumah. And then Jerry Lawrence.
Jesus!
Before.
This girl got nerves. She got nerves.
Mention 3 founding fathers of Ghana. One clue for you, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Otuka home.
Craze Kwame Nkrumah is a good person.
Chai!
On so by your idea, I'm a Ghana for universal.
Hey! And I'm you.
Apart from the I say J.J. Rorris, President J.J. Rorris. On so I say me dominate too, so I say President Mama why idea pa.
You see all this Igbo when people they smoke for empty belly, and the result be that.
I know I'm you.
Why idea anyway at a mess.
Agro.
We are grateful that you still stayed with us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. Before we wrap up, there are a few messages coming in, birthday messages and also anniversary messages. This one says that a blessed 16th wedding anniversary to my husband, Frank Opoku Daku of ORC. Yeah, this past 16 years has been a beautiful journey of love and growth. Your commitment to making life's best choice and for me and the children is unmatched. You are God's special gift to me. I pray for multiples of 16 to his glory. Thanks for agreeing to the many sacrifices and also selfies actually you take of us when we were driving together. I'm happy to be on this journey with you, my cupcake. You are simply adored. From your wife Joanna and the children. Another one too says that, happy 60th birthday, mommy. Today our hearts are full as we celebrate the beautiful gift of life. For 6 decades, you have been our strength and comfort, and the love that holds the family together. Your sacrifice, your prayers, and your endless care have shaped our lives in ways words can never fully express. May God bless you with many more years, good health and peace. We love you more than words can say. With all our loves from Gideon, Marian, Chris, Rachel, and Kayla. Also, I want to say a very big happy birthday to Sami Wiafi, editor of the newsroom as well. Happy birthday to you. And that's how I wrap up today's edition of Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. I'm Philip Nilate. Many thanks for your time. Keep watching Channel 1 TV.
Agro.
To the Health Quarters Ghana, where medical science meets everyday life. Join Dr. Gideon Asan and the irrepressible Clemento Suarez as they tackle health issues.
My name is Dr. Gideon Asan. I have with me here my co-host, Clemento Suarez.
I knew how it felt anytime I started to feel the pain.
Whether it is hernia, breast cancer, cataracts, or infertility, the show brings together victims to share their real life stories and experts to debunk myths.
If you wear cotton supporter, and there be a pampers and a benwa or bosom. So you see, instead of it being raw egg, I done it because you know.
Make a date with us every Sunday at 4 p.m. on Channel 1 TV. Don't forget to subscribe on YouTube and all social media platforms at Health Quarters Ghana.
Did you know your lungs move a tanker's worth of air, that's around 20,000 litres, every day? Or that your breathing is also visible in your pupils? Or that the lungs are the only human organ that can float? But we have more than nice-to-know facts coming up. Find out how to keep your hard-working lungs healthy, or what to do if you have difficulty breathing. All that and more on In Good Shape.
Painful coughing fits are an unpleasant symptom of being ill. But what if the cough just won't go away? What causes a persistent cough? Doctors are familiar with this concern. Many patients fear pneumonia could be the cause of their persistent cough. And indeed, doctors do have to listen carefully so that they don't miss something serious. With an infection, a cough is part of the respiratory tract's cleaning process. It helps remove mucus containing viruses and bacteria. Pneumonia, which is inflammation of the lungs, must be detected quickly and treated with antibiotics. We are increasingly seeing cases of pneumonia without fever. In the past, it was assumed patients would have a high temperature, around 40 degrees Celsius. But that's often no longer the case. Instead, doctors may notice signs such as poorer general health, blood pressure issues, or in older people, a high heart and respiratory rate. You can often tell if someone has pneumonia as soon as they come in because they're in such a bad state. Alongside typical pneumonia-causing pathogens, there are also other germs that can cause the chronic cough. Whooping cough is the best known, but there's also chlamydia and mycoplasma. They are less well known, but they can cause similar symptoms. A swab or blood test can usually confirm a suspected infection and clarify which antibiotics to take. Amelie Dortmund has been suffering from a cough for 2 weeks. It started with a normal viral infection, but then quite quickly I had a high fever. That later developed into bronchitis. It's now been 3 weeks since I finished the antibiotic course and I still have it. Her doctor's diagnosis? A post-infectious cough. With it, the bronchial tubes are still sore and very sensitive. The slightest irritation triggers a cough reflex. The windpipe closes. The abdominal muscles, diaphragm and chest increase pressure in the lungs. Then suddenly the airway reopens, forcing the air out in a coughing fit. Experts say post-infectious dry coughs are on the rise. One possible cause is air pollution, which irritates the respiratory tract. Overall, pollution levels are increasing and we're experiencing climate change, which is bringing an increase in such infections. The good news is that post-infectious coughs usually clear up on their own. When you start coughing with this dry, irritating cough, you often cough yourself into a fit. I usually advise patients to cough more gently, without straining, instead of trying to suppress it. That's not easy. The attacks often occur at night, putting the body under extreme stress. The immense force of the coughing can even lead to vomiting. It can strain the bladder and cause urine leakage, while other problems can include headaches, exhaustion, abdominal pain, muscle stiffness, and even broken ribs. In such cases, Dr. Hanfield prescribes codeine drops as a cough suppressant for the night. A corticosteroid is used to calm the bronchial tubes. You need to rest at night. If the bronchial tubes are working at an equivalent speed of 200 kilometers per hour, dozens of times during the night, it worsens the irritation. This creates a vicious cycle. Mental and emotional rest are essential for recovery. If there's no improvement after 6 to 8 weeks, it's time to look for other causes. Sometimes a patient might have chronic sinusitis, which causes mucus to constantly run down the back of the throat. That can trigger a cough reflex. Heartburn or other side effects from medication can also cause a chronic cough. The medication Sandra Pragman was prescribed was immediately effective. Within just a few days, she could finally sleep through the night without coughing.
If coughing is accompanied by fever and feeling seriously unwell, it could be pneumonia. Seek medical help without delay. Pneumonia can be fatal, especially for older people. The biggest strain on our respiratory tract is smoking. It damages lung tissue and is often the cause of lung cancer or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. The so-called smoker's cough is not harmless, but often an early sign of incurable disease. Our lungs work hard throughout our lives, and we shouldn't make their job harder.
Inhale, exhale. This rhythm shapes our lives. Sometimes we breathe quickly, sometimes slowly. The lungs set the pace for many other organs. They even affect our mood. Pretty much all cells need oxygen to power their furnaces, the mitochondria. These produce energy 24/7 using a process a bit like combustion. It creates a waste product, carbon dioxide or CO2. The lungs' job is to get oxygen into the bloodstream and expel carbon dioxide, a super important task. In fact, it's so crucial that other parts of the body have to pitch in. The diaphragm and the muscles between the ribs expand the lungs, drawing air into the mouth and down the bronchial tubes. The lungs tissue is made up of millions of tiny air sacs called alveoli. This is where the exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide takes place. The lower part of the brainstem keeps a close eye on how much oxygen and carbon dioxide are in the blood and adjusts our breathing accordingly. And that's not all. Our body's built-in alarm center, the sympathetic nervous system, reacts to our emotions. When we're afraid, it cranks up our breathing. That makes sure the brain and the muscles get the extra oxygen they need. Once we feel safe, the parasympathetic nervous system slows our breathing again, and everything calms down. The process can be reversed, because we can consciously control our breathing, making it quicker or slower, or even holding our breath. And that affects the entire body. Calm, deep breathing lowers the pulse and blood pressure, reduces stress and anxiety, calms us down, and improves focus, even boosts our motor skills, and helps us fall asleep.
Have you ever paid attention to your breathing before? Or do you only notice your lungs when you're putting them to the test? It's time to tune into these vital organs, like through conscious breathing. That can make a big difference when it comes to coping with everyday challenges.
Komm mit deiner Kniekehle hier drauf. Sehr gut. Mund geschlossen.
Claudia Shea helps people keep fit.
Zieh dich nach oben.
Here, though, the emphasis is not on building muscles, but on breathing technique.
Nacken bitte.
The challenge? To only breathe through your nose. No matter how difficult that is. That's the rule here. A friend encouraged me to do it. I sing on stage and it's really important for me to maintain controlled breathing. Especially in today's world, where everything is really fast and everything around you screams stress, you can create a moment of calm for yourself by breathing well. It's a way to reduce stress in everyday life. Claudia Shea teaches the Buteyko method, which was developed in the 1950s by a Ukrainian doctor. Here she instructs her pupils to feel their breath on their index fingers as they breathe in and out. The Buteyko method is based on a theory that many health problems are caused by excessive breathing, and that you can retrain yourself. Now she explains that in certain positions, the depth of inhalation is reduced. In each class, they measure the control pause, how long each person can comfortably hold their breath. Here she's explaining the effect of holding the nose closed with the thumb and index finger. Then they hold their breath, but not for as long as possible, only until they feel the urge to inhale again, and then they can continue breathing normally. The goal is 45 seconds. The teacher usually has no problem with meeting that. Today, though, she's a bit nervous because we're filming. But what are the benefits of this kind of breathing? I feel it all the time when singing. More control, more aware. You pay more attention to the breath. When I try to breathe less through my mouth, I feel better. I ran a marathon last year and achieved a much better time when I only breathed through my nose. The teacher claims that this special training helped her asthma immensely. She noticed relief in her symptoms after practicing for 2 hours every day for 6 months. My asthma symptoms have completely disappeared. I no longer need medication. I no longer suffer from shortness of breath. My health has improved enormously. I have so much more energy. My athletic performance has improved. My quality of life has improved. I feel like a new person.
Ich fühle mich wie ein neuer Mensch. Lassen, ein und aus durch die Nase.
Studies suggest that the Buteco method may indeed make breathing easier for people with asthma, reducing their need for medication. Around 300 million people worldwide suffer from the condition. In Vietnam, it's just 2% of the population, but in Australia, 33%. Experts think that's down to genetics. In asthma, the lining of the airways, the mucosa, is chronically inflamed. This leads to coughing and weakness, and sometimes to severe attacks with shortness of breath. There is no cure. Medications containing cortisone provide symptom relief, but they carry risks: osteoporosis, diabetes, kidney damage. So it's no surprise that people look for alternatives.
This is her 10-minute high-intensity exercise routine. Dorata Markovska pushes herself, and that despite having severe asthma. It's probably thanks to the medication I take. It's certainly a big help. I'd say even 100% turnaround. I used to take cortisone, which made me put on quite a bit of weight. Now that's no problem. She takes a still relatively unknown so-called biologic medicine. Unlike conventional drugs, it isn't chemically produced, but from biotechnology, from living cells. Her asthma was so severe that for years she had to take cortisone, which can have significant side effects like weight gain, high blood pressure, even bone fractures. That therapy involves starting on a very high dose and then reducing it. That would help for a week or two, but then things would get really bad again.